No one bothered to listen to what you had to say. Fought too hard to change them, all the rules of this game. Thought we couldn't make it, too afraid to fake it. Done with that, so done with that. Though within the shadows, now stepping forward into the light. We are here, and we are not backing down. We are here, and we will stand on our ground. It's our time, it's turning, and we've come to stay. Take this flame, keep it burning. Here's the game, so let's play. Here since forever, just as strong as ever. Done with that, so done with that, yeah. Running in the shadows, we're stepping forward into the light. We are here, and we are not backing down. We are here, and we will stand our ground. We are here. We are here. We are
and our friend organizations that we work with, and I'm really excited about today.
Yes, me too. And actually, this is Studio 1 where we're sitting,
Yeah.
and we also have a Studio 2. Shall we introduce them?
Yeah, I think we should.
Yeah, let's go.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Hey.
So it's Nadia here and
Maria.
yes, and we are sitting in Studio 2 and we are also welcoming you to this live stream, EQLovesFestival live stream. And today we will have a lot of different interviews and a lot of interesting music videos of different sorts that some of our members and other network members from other networks like Synth Babes and Beats by Girls New York has sent to us to say hi to you. And as a grand finale,
I think.
yeah,
it's called.
the finale and
The
the finale, we will have our documentary that's been in the making for the past 2 years, made by Rebecca Wik Fagerberg, and it's called Women in Music Production. we're going to tell you more about this later. So basically what we want to do right now is that we want to start with one of our own medleys. We call it Video Party 1. And for anyone who's streaming out there, you can invite your friends to video parties, especially if you're on Facebook. You can share links to other people to watch this live stream. We would be very thankful for that. And now we're going to start with a video party with 4 of our own members, whom are Shadigi, that we saw yesterday also on a live stream, that we made out of the same house that we're sitting in right now. Brewhouse Arena was where we were, and now we're up in Power Studios, and our technician Melisha is owning this studio. But yeah,
and I mean, it's Saturday, and that's the perfect day for a party. And the government still says that we shouldn't have real parties, so this is absolutely perfect for you. So invite everyone to a video party.
Exactly. And continuing on with the members that's gonna have their videos is Adi as well from yesterday, and Sarai Dani that you met here initially. And also, last but not least, I'm getting mixed up here. I'm sorry. But there is a schedule on the website. We talk about that after this. But let's start off with the first song. Here it goes.
Hello, everybody. And welcome to my bedroom here close to Uppsala in Sweden. I'm Anna, and I am participating in EQLovesFestival this year online. I'm very, very grateful to be here, even in these difficult times. Silly as it sounds, I almost knew it wouldn't last, 'cause nothing this sweet holds together in rain. You spoiled me with your love when the rain began to fall. I ignored the lies that hid behind the glitter. Although I'm not a supermodel, you made me feel more beautiful than that. Everything with you was natural. I didn't have to hide myself.
must be thinking about somebody else now. Look closer, closer. You'll be loving until it's breaking. Say you'll be staying until it's gone. But I need more space, so I need to take it right before it's gone. Yeah, you're loving until it's breaking. You'll be staying until it's gone. But I need more space, so I need to take it right before it's gone. Used to tell myself apart now for you to get it. You said how I'll come around now when time was given. You've told me about things I know now. Don't you see that it's how it's made? You know me so well that you say now, then you know what I can create. You'll be loving until it's breaking. Say you'll be staying there until it's gone. But I need more space, so I need to take it right before it's gone. Yeah, you love me till it's breaking. Say you're staying until it's gone. Yeah, believe I can take it. Since you won't hear me out now. Yeah, you love me till it's breaking. Say you're staying until it's gone. Yeah, believe I can take it. Since you won't hear me out, I'm gone.
Come on, pick up. Oh, hi. Yeah, I need some help. Like, yeah, this is a D. Thank you, thanks. Can you just send someone or just bring some heat? I am frozen, groundhog, stuck in this moment and this time. You know that I need to be honest and give myself a fucking break. Cause I am exhausted, being broken was never what I asked for, what I wanted. And so what? Maybe I still carry my first album's name. I know a lot of water has been running through me since. And if I'm proud of what I do, I should not feel ashamed. Even though I don't have the numbers to feel the heat of the fame. So please dream big, but don't take up too much space. Apparently I need someone important to say that I got quality to my name. I should be laughing all the way to the bank, but give and receive, kissing them pleases out. So fuck that, I can verify it myself. Fuck that, I can verify it. And I don't need everyone to love me to be okay. Not really good at anything else, so I'm gonna stay here. Fuck that, I can verify it myself. Fuck that, I can verify it. Can verify it myself. And it's frustrating, try to keep some sort of focus. Swimming in what I thought was an ocean. Realized it was my ex-manager's baby pool. Naive by nature with eyes closed, it felt so cool. Some friends bought streams and won some grand awards. We're in the same business, play by different rules. I'm very proud though, I've done my 10,000 hours soon. And that is something no streaming platform can delete or remove. I got no other plan for my life, that's what I do. I love this shit too much, so this is what I do. But I passed through people I would've liked to keep in my life, but grateful for the moments they wanted to share mine. A little bit like you are doing right now. Thanks for listening, this is awesome. So maybe if you like, yeah.
Over the phone this weird, but yeah, I'll sing for you.
Fuck that, I can verify it myself. Fuck that, I can verify it. And I don't need everyone to love me to be okay. Not really good at anything else, so I guess I'll stay here. Fuck that. Fuck that. no, fuck you. Just fuck that. The whole thing. The very.
Judge now, you can stand aside, coughing brimstone and fire. You are so goddamn pathetic. Your logic don't make sense. Only thinking past tense. Your time is up. Really from death, you turn away from the fact. How can you sleep at night? How many women must die because you can't see the light? And mutilations go by before you see I'm right. You just can't win this fight. Hey, you don't get to have a say. You don't get to prey on my body. My choice. And you can yell all you want to tell me I'll go to hell, that I should be in the cell. I don't care, it's my body. My choice. Yeah, it's my body. My choice. Yeah, it's my body. My choice.
Oh my God. Such a great song.
Thank you.
From you.
Yeah, thank you.
And also some other members.
Yeah. Especially an extra shout out to Anna Grelle for her. What an amazing rendition of Limbo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're sending live from Brewhouse in Gothenburg. And we're EQ Loves Music. And this is EQLovesFestival.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we had some technical problems in the beginning, so everything's working fine now. We hope.
Yeah. Otherwise, let us know.
Yeah. And so you're here.
Yeah.
You're Sarah Idani.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm Suki. And we're gonna start the segment of interviews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
And you're gonna have an video interview.
Yeah.
Now coming up.
First one. I'm talking to Kim Tina about my work as a music producer and also a bit about law in the music industry.
Right.
I like to work with that as well. So
that's so fantastic.
Yeah, it was a very fun interview to make.
Yeah, and a very important thing to talk about.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to be able to spread the word.
Yeah. Well, shall we dig into it?
Yeah, I think we should.
Yeah? Let's go to it.
Hej Sara!
Hej Kim-Stina!
Hej! Välkommen till EQLovesFestival får vi säga då. Du kan börja med att berätta lite, vad du heter, fullständig namn och vad du gör helt enkelt.
Absolut. Jag heter Sara och jag är artist, låtskrivare och producent under namnet Sara Idani. Så under det namnet så gör jag, kan man säga, Max Martin-influerad popmusik som har väldigt mycket 80-tals sound och modulerade flöjter.
Spännande.
Ja, jättekul. Och dessutom så har jag också ett eget musikbolag som heter Windsong Music där jag släpper min egna musik och där jag också kör utbildningar inom musikjuridik.
Oj, vad spännande.
Ja, jag är utbildad jurist i grunden så att när jag kände att jag ville byta spår och satsa på musik istället så kände jag men jag kan ju inte bara lämna hela den där utbildningen bakom mig. Jag måste ju få använda det på något sätt. Och då kände jag att nej men då tar jag och för in det i musiken istället. Så jag brukar posta en veckans fråga varje vecka där jag pratar om ett visst ämne och så brukar jag ha lite live föreläsningar där jag pratar på olika teman. Ja, men vad det var inom produktion som fick mig att känna att det var det här jag ville göra. Ja, det är väldigt intressant berättelse för att jag var under en lång tid väldigt rädd för stora studios och musikproduktion. Jag hade den här bilden av att musikproducenter jobbar i en sån här stor studio med de här långa raderna av mixerbord med 1000 knappar och spakar som man inte vet någonting om. Så att jag kände ganska stor rädsla för det. Tills att jag en dag i gymnasiet gick en hiphop och reggae-workshop med artisterna Cleo och Syster Sol.
Wow!
Och det var jättekul. Och det var extra kul eftersom det visade sig att jag var den enda deltagaren på en lördag morgon klockan 10.
Då fick du all uppmärksamhet.
Ja, jag fick all uppmärksamhet.
Du fick bonda med dem andra ord.
Ja,
fantastiskt.
Verkligen. Så jag fick skriva en raptext och fick spela in den i deras lilla studio som de hade med sig. Och det var en sån viktig punkt i mitt liv. Både det att de såg mig som ingen hade gjort tidigare. Att de såg mig som en person som kunde göra musik och bli artist och ta sig in i musikbranschen. För det hade jag själv inte ens vågat tänka på riktigt. Och sen också framförallt att de avdramatiserade hela studiomiljön. Att de visade att man behöver inte ha de här långa raderna med mixerbord och knappar och rattar som skrämmer en. Utan det enda du behöver egentligen är en dator, ett inspelningsprogram, ett ljudkort och en mikrofon. Och det var så viktigt för mig. Så där startade min producentkarriär kan man säga. Att det var då jag började producera.
Vad har du för bakgrund just vad gäller att studera musik? Några utbildningar och sådär?
Ja, jag gick musikskolan när jag var liten och musikgymnasiet. Och sen så hade jag en period då jag jobbade mycket själv och den största höjdpunkten i den perioden var när jag gjorde ett producentprojekt då jag producerade och släppte en cover i månaden under ett helt år.
Kul!
Det var en jättelärorik process. Jag lärde mig så mycket om både själva produktionen och hur man ska tänka. Men framförallt så blev jag så förälskad i själva skapande processen under det projektet. Och det har varit jättevärdefullt. Och sen så gick jag lite så här fristående kurser inom musikproduktion. Tills jag sen sökte till Vem kan bli producent i Göteborg. Och gick den utbildningen i ett år.
Kan du berätta lite om vad du gjorde där på Vem kan bli producent? Det är faktiskt väldigt intressant.
Ja, Vem kan bli producent? Det är ju Popkollos producentutbildning som är på ett år. Som riktar sig till kvinnor och transpersoner. Så att under ett år så gick vi igenom alla aspekter av musikproduktion. Allt ifrån hur man spelar in ljud till och hur man samplar, hur man bryter ner en låt och lyssnar på hur den är uppbyggd. Vi jobbade med låtskriveri och vi fick även besöka Svenska Grammofonstudion i Göteborg och spela in där. Så att det var verkligen en sån här grundutbildning som gav så mycket skjuts både i kunskapsmässigt men också att framförallt just att få träffa andra som var i samma situation som jag själv och höll på och producerade musik. Så den utbildningen var jättevärdefull för mig och det var under den utbildningen som jag bestämde mig också för att söka vidare till Musikhögskolan i Göteborg och till deras musik- och ljudproduktionsprogram. Så jag sökte in och kom in och nu går jag där.
Kan du berätta lite om det arbete som du har gjort och vad hände efter, om man säger, när du väl bestämde dig liksom att du verkligen ville ha en karriär inom musik?
Ja, det var efter att jag hade tagit examen från juristprogrammet då jag kände att nej, det här är inte riktigt det som jag brinner för allra mest. Det är ju musiken. Så jag måste ge musiken en chans. Så det som hände då var att jag hade gått i Umeå på juristprogrammet och bestämde mig då för att flytta ner till Göteborg och för att där fanns Vem kan bli producent, där fanns ett större nätverk och jag ville ge det en chans och se hur det gick. Så jag flyttade ner till Göteborg och gick Vem kan bli producent och sen på den vägen så känner jag bara mer och mer att ja, men det är det här,
att det är rätt,
det är det här
liksom för dig.
Som är rätt. Och det var också i samband med det som jag började omstrukturera som jag startade mitt skivbolag. Jag hade tidigare haft företag som frilansande musiker, men nu bestämde jag mig för att starta skivbolag för att jag ville ha kontroll över mina egna rättigheter och släppa musik. Och då föddes också tanken på att inkorporera musikjuridik i det också, eftersom jag kände att det ändå var någonting jag kunde och kände att jag kunde lära ut inom. Min drivkraft inom juridiken var alltid att bryta ner den och förklara den snarare än att praktisera den.
Vad tycker du är det bästa, om man säger, med det arbete som du gör inom musik? Vad är höjdpunkten för dig?
Ja, det bästa är ju att få vara kreativ, att kunna känna att jag skapar någonting som jag själv mår väldigt bra av och som är till glädje för andra. Att jag tycker det är så fantastiskt att få att skapa musik, att spela musik och föra ut den i världen. Och det är en sån spännande bransch. Det finns så många olika konstellationer och projekt man kan jobba inom. Så att, och jag gillar det, att det blir den här variationen.
Ja, precis. Och det är gränslöst.
Ja, men precis.
Definitivt.
Och sen inom juridiken också så är det mycket att jag känner att ja, men om min kunskap kan hjälpa någon annan så är det till glädje till mig. Det är tillräckligt.
Precis. Okej, om man tänker, om vi vänder på det. Vad är utmaningen med det här?
Ja, jag skulle säga att det finns 2 stycken aspekter. Dels är det de yttre utmaningarna som är att den här branschen den är ju som den är. Att det finns inte lika många skyddsnät som kanske på den traditionella arbetsmarknaden där det finns regelverk och det finns fasta anställningar på ett helt annat sätt än vad det finns i musikbranschen. Att det är väldigt mycket upp till en själv. Det är mycket ansvar som läggs på individen att veta sina egna rättigheter och skapa sina egna möjligheter. Vilket kan vara påfrestande. Framförallt om man hamnar mitt i en coronakris. Och så att det är de yttre utmaningarna. Men sen är det ju också de här inre utmaningarna som är de här inre demonerna som går och skriker ut: vem tror du att du är som håller på med det här? Du är kass, du har ingenting i branschen att göra. Liksom.
Och får du tro att du är så speciell?
Ja.
Ja, just det. Som vi har märkt idag liksom, så världen har ju förändrats på ett ögonblick. På grund av, ja, verkligen liksom, minst sagt, på grund av den här pandemin. Så att jag tänkte höra lite med dig. Har det förändrat, så att säga, ditt arbete, liksom just det här med tillgängligheten liksom, och att nå ut till dels kanske samarbeten, men alltså folk överlag, för att liksom locka dem till att, ja, du vet, lyssna just på din musik och liksom hur har det funkat för din del i covid-19?
Ja, det har ju inneburit en förändring. Sen så har jag varit förskonad ifrån de här största förändringarna, i och med att jag hade inte så många fysiska gig på gång. Jag hade inga turnéer som var planerade och blev inställda som många andra har drabbats av. Så att på det sättet har jag ju varit förskonad. Men det är klart att jag hade samarbeten kring inspelningar, studioinspelningar som blev lagda på is i och med att jag förlorade tillgången till studion på skolan, och att det var samarbeten som blev tvungna att läggas på is helt enkelt. Men annars så har det snarare gjort så att jag har ökat min närvaro online istället. Att jag har börjat köra mer med online-spelningar och online-föreläsningar. Och från det perspektivet så tycker jag att det har varit lite intressant och lite så här spännande att få utforska den digitala biten av scenen och musikbranschen. Att hur kan man göra sin musik tillgänglig online på ett nytt och spännande sätt. Så att på det sättet har det varit väldigt spännande. Men det är klart att jag saknar ju också att spela live, och överlag så är det ju en ohållbar situation som musikbranschen befinner sig i just nu. Så att jag hoppas ju verkligen att det sker en förändring. Antingen att man hittar ett botemedel eller att det sker politiska förändringar som gör att det får lätta lite på trycket lite. För att det är ju fortfarande ingen hållbar lösning att en hel bransch ska i princip ha näringsförbud i all evighet.
Ja, precis. Jag tänker lite på det här också, just att det här har ju mer eller mindre tvingat folk till att vara mer online. Och därmed liksom så har ju ändå världen krympt lite mer på det sättet. Liksom, man får ju kontakt alltså med folk på ett helt annat sätt. Det har blivit mer tillgänglighet kanske på det sättet att man kan nå folk på andra sidan jordklotet. Jag tänker lite, har du märkt av liksom det där att du kanske har fått mer fans på det sättet?
Jo, men absolut. Det har jag märkt av. I början av pandemin så gjorde jag några online-spelningar som gjorde att jag fick nya fans och lyssnare som jag förmodligen inte skulle ha fått om jag inte hade gjort de här spelningarna. Och jag märker överlag att det känns som att folk har blivit lite mer aktiva med att kommentera och skapa kontakt via nätet. Så att det tycker jag är väldigt fint att se att även om, som du säger, att jag sitter i Sverige och en lyssnare sitter i Tennessee, så kan vi fortfarande ha kontakt och prata och vi kan nå varandra. Jag kan spela för henne och de kan lyssna. Man når personer som man kanske inte skulle ha nått annars. Personer som kanske inte hade orkat ta sig ut till en fysisk konsert och lyssna. Men nu kan de istället lyssna hemifrån. Liksom. Man kan få en konsert hemma i sitt vardagsrum och man behöver inte ens gå ut. Liksom. Och att man kan lyssna på så många olika sätt. Så det är ju väldigt spännande att se. Det känns som ett genombrott.
Ja, verkligen. Har du några tankar kring det här, liksom hur vi skulle kunna nå mer alltså jämställdhet inom musikbranschen? Det är ju otroligt tufft fortfarande idag. Liksom vad anser du om det?
Ja, jag tror mycket på att köra arbete på flera fronter. För mig så gjorde det väldigt mycket att ha separatistiska nätverk som Popkollo och Vem kan bli producent och EQLovesFestival, även om det inte är helt separatistiskt, men att vi ändå jobbar för att lyfta kvinnliga och binära musikproducenter. De forumen har varit väldigt viktiga för mig och jag tror att det är en fortsatt viktig faktor, just att hjälpa kvinnliga och icke-binära producenter att skapa plattformar för oss att våga uttrycka oss och få stöd av varandra så att vi kan bli starkare och möta motgångar som vi kommer möta på ett hälsosammare sätt. Men sen så måste det ju självklart ske en ändring uppifrån, att det måste till en ändring i ledarskapet, att de här gamla gatekeepers som står stadigt fast och fortfarande inte vill släppa in kvinnor och icke-binära i gamet, de måste flytta på sig, som Anna Björk sa. Och därför så behöver vi fortsätta belysa de här frågorna genom utbildningar, genom event som EQLovesFestival, genom politisk påverkan, så att vi kan få en förändring på lång sikt och att den sker också strukturellt.
Ja, precis.
Så flera fronter tror jag på.
Sist men inte minst, Sara. Hur ser du så att säga på din egna framtid, det här med musik liksom? Hur ser det ut för dig? Vad tänker du?
Ja, jag hoppas ju att jag kan fortsätta leva på min musik så som jag gör, och att få fortsätta göra olika kreativa projekt och samarbeten. Jag är väldigt sugen på att samarbeta med fler artister. Jag vill fortsätta utbilda inom musikjuridik och se en förändring på den fronten. Så att min förhoppning är att jag ska kunna fortsätta och göra musik tillsammans med alla mina allierade och kollegor i branschen och att vi tillsammans får växa och skapa och förändra.
Precis, oavsett etnicitet, kön, liksom arbeta med människor helt enkelt.
Precis.
Ja. Sara, tack så jättemycket för att du tog tiden.
Tack för att jag fick vara med, få komma med.
Och fortsätt att inspirera och fortsätt göra ditt fantastiska arbete inom musik och juridik främst liksom. Och,
tack detsamma, Kimtina.
Tack själv.
Tack så mycket för en bra festival och ett bra samtal.
Tack så jättemycket. Så lycka till med allt.
Tack.
Ha det så gott.
Samma.
That was our first interview with Sara Idani, and it was in Swedish, and you had put some text on it. Yeah.
I'm the subtitler. I don't know what you call the title when you put the subtitles on. I'm the subtitler.
Yeah, so hope that everyone could follow her and what she said. And now we're coming to the next interview part, actually. And for everyone who's just jumped into the stream, this is EQ Loves Music live stream, and we are live from Brewhouse right now in a smaller studio than yesterday for anyone who followed us yesterday, called Power Studio. And I'm Nadia.
And I'm Maria.
Yeah.
And this is David Bowie.
Exactly. Why are you having a t-shirt of David Bowie? That's a really nice one.
Oh, well, first of all, because it's an awesome shirt, and I used to do this when I was little as well, and it's super fun. And also because the next interview is with Erin Tonkin.
Tonkin. Yeah, Tonkin.
Yes. Sorry, I am...
well,
that was not embarrassing at all, but Erin Tonkin, okay?
Tonkin. Yeah, Tonkin.
All right.
And she is a New York-based producer and so on. And she will tell you more about herself in the interview. I had the privilege to speak to her for a while, and we're sending a shout out to Erin out there if you're watching. Hope that everything's good back there in New York, and I think she is in Boston. Let's see what's happening.
And I apologize for getting your name wrong. It's really sorry.
It's always like confusing with names, and especially when you change because we are a Swedish-based organization and a Swedish-based festival, but we have changed our language into English today, so that's a natural thing for it to happen. Yeah. But anyhow, let's see what Erin has to say about her line of work.
I'm Erin Tonkin. I'm a producer, engineer, and mixer. I am normally based in Brooklyn, New York, where I live. However, I've been in Dallas, Texas since late March. And I'm still here at my parents' house with a little studio setup that I'm not currently in.
Basically, since we are interviewing you about you being a producer and so on, what's your main focus on what you work with? Are you producer or mixing engineer, mastering engineer? What would you consider yourself to be?
I consider myself equally a producer, an engineer, and a mixer. I don't master. That's the one thing I don't do. But, mainly those three, producing, engineering, and mixing. Lately, this year, it's been mostly mixing, which I love to do. So I consider equally those three things.
Yeah. And what was it like that got you into the field of work that you're doing nowadays?
I think when I always wanted to do something with music. I loved music growing up, and so many records changed my life and made me realize who I was as a young kid and a teenager, and it was such an important part of my life, and I knew I wanted to do something with music, and started out playing a lot of instruments growing up, and loved doing that, but didn't love practicing. Found it hard as like a girl to find like bands to play with growing up. Things are like different now, luckily, but felt intimidated a lot by, I think, the scene, and realized that I really loved sort of playing with the sounds, coming out of my guitar. I was kind of more interested in doing that than I was in like writing songs or practicing the guitar. I was more interested in like exploring the different sounds I could create, and then come to find out there's kind of a whole job for that. So I learned about what a producer is and what an engineer is, and in high school went to a high school that actually had a small recording studio in it, and started learning there, and that was my first sort of introduction and interest in production and engineering.
Yeah. Like, did you have any favorite like pedals or anything like that at the time, or do you have any like with the guitar sounds? Like, how did you have a specific thing that like draw you into it, like a detail?
I always loved Eventide products. I still do to this day, and like remember having like probably a Space Echo or reverb pedal, and just initially just playing around with that in itself, and just really interested in manipulating sound, and interested in when I would listen to records, I was so curious about how they made things sound the way that they did, and why different records sounded so different than each other, and really became just more interested in that than playing the music myself, or wanting to be on stage performing. So yeah, that was the early sort of it was really a curiosity at that point, with limited resources at the time.
Yeah, and then you like after that you also discovered like the study forms around the subject. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So I mean, from that point, I started working like at a radio station, and learning a little bit about that. And then when I went to college, initially I went to college in Boston and worked at the radio station in there, and started producing like promos and stuff for the station. I was an on-air DJ, but started taking classes in audio production. However, that wasn't my major at that school. And I ended up leaving Boston after about a year and a half, 2 years, and moving back to San Diego, where I grew up. And that's when I started working in recording studios, and really learning, studios in San Diego, such as like Signature Sound Studios and Studio West were the two studios there that I really learned so much at, and started engineering and hands-on. And then from there, ended up, decided this is what I want to do with my life, and applied to the Clive Davis Institute of Recorded Music at New York University, and got in, and moved there, and really learned so much. And at the same time, that's when I started working for Tony Visconti, and became a professional engineer and mixer, and then producer.
Yeah.
So that was sort of my trajectory, was really like the standard, like a lot of old school ways, like you start in college radio, and then work at studios and work your way up to doing your own projects. And I really followed that trajectory.
Yeah. Was there like how many years like were you working with Tony, or I presume you're still working with Tony?
Not full time. I worked with Tony full time for about 5 years, and yeah, it was amazing. And then wanted more time to do more projects on my own, and started freelancing and helping Tony out here and there. But it was a solid 5 years that I was working with him all the time while I was in school as well.
Yeah. That's interesting. So it was 5 years, and now you're doing your solo, like your own company, sort of based.
Yeah. Just yes, exactly. I'm a free agent.
Yeah, that's awesome. So what would you like consider is the best thing about your job, like in general, like in?
The best thing about my job is probably getting to work with so many cool, interesting people and helping people to, it's like a song is such a vulnerable expression of oneself, and being trusted to bring that song to its full potential. Sometimes hearing it for as a first person outside of maybe the artist to hear a song is such like a sacred sort of relationship and bond, and I love being able to be a part of that and help to create the sound that they were dreaming of in their head, or maybe something that they never even dreamed it could sound like. That's the coolest part for me, is like when an artist is like feels we really realized the intention of the song. It's such a gift to be able to do that with people.
Yeah. Are you working with something like currently that's or is it like you shouldn't talk about it?
Mixing right now, I'm really just mixing at the moment due to being safe in this pandemic, and yeah, it's a variation. Some artists will come to me and know exactly what they want, and some artists come to me and they're like, I have no idea what direction this needs to go in. Can you help me figure that out? So it's really a broad range right now, but it's exciting to have that variation. Sometimes I get to be very technical about things, and when someone's like, I love the way it sounds, just make this sound like more professional, then I'm like, all right, like let's go through and comb through everything and make sure this is like an engineering feat that they didn't even know it could sound better than it already sound. And then sometimes it's real creative task at hand is really figuring out what the arrangement of the song calls for and how I can carve and sculpt that into a really beautiful mix that and also, so much of that is communication with the artist, especially when I can't be in the same room as them. It's them communicating their ideas to me and me translating that into, sort of what I need to do, in Pro Tools.
Yeah.
Essentially.
But do you have like online meetings with your artists, or how do you like communicate with them? So yeah.
Sure. I've been doing, so I know a lot of people have been doing like, streaming the mix and working that way. I've been doing just like, phone chat beforehand, emails back and forth, and then I dive in and then we just send back and forth. I finish a mix pass, they give me notes, we discuss, I make edits, and then move forward from that point, which is, I do enjoy working that way. I'm really big on when I'm mixing, like I don't want anyone in the room for the first mix pass. Like let me do all the dirty work. Let me wrap my head around it, have my artistic process with it, and then you can come in and give me your opinions. But some people have someone in the room with them the whole time that they're mixing, and I'm very much like I need my time, give me one pass and then we'll go from there. So this is a nice way to work. I keeps things succinct in a way, and I think it's like an efficient way to work, and you can still be totally creative and collaborative, just by chatting on the phone and about it.
So what would you like consider is the biggest challenges in the line of work that you do, as the contrary to the positive things? Yeah.
I mean, some of the challenges are also the best things about it. Like some of the things I just listed as the best things are also some of the greatest challenges, such as communication. Is I pride myself on being a great communicator, and I think that really helps in my line of work. But that can be very challenging because you have artists coming from all different backgrounds, all different levels of experience working with a professional engineer. Some people are artists that have been around a long time and are used to it. Some people have never worked with another person before in this regard. So it's meeting people where they're at and being able to translate what they want onto the page, so to speak. That can be, someone might say they want it to sound like they want their, drums to sound like, I don't know, Beatles drums. I mean, just to throw the most obvious example out there, it's like, well, which album, what about the drums? They might just be talking about the snare sound. They might not want it to sound, exactly that way. And my job is to be able to figure that out and figure out exactly what they mean by that, because I can't expect everyone to have such a highly trained ear that I have. I think everyone is brilliant at their own line of work, and some artists are also great engineers, but a lot of artists don't have an engineering background, so they might say this sounds overly compressed, or I want this type of reverb, or and that's, it might not actually be the case, it might be something else, but it's my job to figure that out, also help empower them by educating them about what I did. And so that can be a huge challenge. And then another challenge is, again, talking about what cool, amazing people I get to work with. Artists are also very sensitive people, and it's a very, you're working with their most intimate pieces of work. So sometimes, you might take something in a different direction than they wanted it to be in. And it can be, you have to, develop a thick skin, because someone might say, I don't like what you did, and it's like, oh God, takes a while to get over, or someone sending you a lot of notes on a mix master just not liking the direction, and that is par for the course, because this is a very subjective, there's objective things that you can do, engineering wise, to make things sound, there's general rules, but even those can be broken. So this is all subjective, it's art. So sometimes you're on two different ideas in your head, and being able to take that, can be challenging. Not so much anymore. I've learned, and I've gotten better at translating and communicating. I think that's one of the hardest skills to learn in this industry, but those are two major challenges.
Yeah. We know a lot about it. I think many people will feel you on this one. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I sort of have a question to you, like if you could tell us a little bit about a moment in your career that sort of changed things around for you, for the better. If you have an example of such a situation.
I mean, I think definitely working with Tony Visconti and working with David Bowie was a real, complete life changer and game changer for me. Being able to see, being able to work with people of that caliber, being able to work with heroes of mine, and also being able to see the relationship between an artist and a producer that had worked together for, 30, 40 years, and made some of the, greatest records of all time, and see how that dynamic works was just so special for me. I mean, not only to be able to work with them, but to observe their working relationship and artistic relationship was really transformative for me.
Was there anything in that, in the dynamic, that you still think about, that sort of made you think in a different way, an example of a work method or something that they used that you
Sure. I think it was more so than a specific technical method. It was the respect for each other and for each other's expertise was really, really cool to see how Tony obviously respected Bowie for being a profound artist and songwriter and producer as well, and all his skills, and then how Bowie always trusted the people that he chose to work with and allowed them to do their job, whether it be, the producer, myself engineering, Kevin engineering, or, the different musicians we worked with. And it was cool to see, I think a lot of times when people are maybe newer or starting out or making their first couple records, they want to assert themselves as everything they say is always right, and their way always goes. And to see real true collaboration with people that are the absolute game, greatest of all time level, and see how they take in other people's ideas and consider that and respect each other was very very important, more so than all the amazing, tricks and technical things and I mean, just, watching that all work and having to work at that level, was obviously huge for my actual skill set. But, again, learning that dynamic was really helpful for me to see and to practice in my own career.
Yeah, it's interesting, like how much you have to also like every different artist or producer or person that you work with, you need to be, how do you feel about that, like improvisational almost around it, like to be able to like catch their vibe and
Yeah, you have to be deeply empathetic and deeply aware of people's like subtle social cues, and so you have to almost be like a mind reader, and it's funny because I think that there's this preconceived notion about, people working in studios, typically like an engineer, that they are, might be socially awkward or not very, personable, something like that. You have to be, that's not going to get you very far if you are that way, if you're not good at communicating with people, because it's so much of anticipating people's needs and next moves and their work and learning their process really, really quickly so that you can be ready when they're ready to go. So yeah, definitely.
That's cool. Basically, we already went through this question earlier, but in regards to the improvisational like skill needed and the mind reading, of course it's a hazard during COVID-19, like, and we talked about you communicating a lot by like through the internet, through chatting, through such things. How has it been, like the accessibility in general, like reaching people at this moment compared to how it has been before this pandemic?
I think in terms of reaching people, it's probably easier because everyone's, mostly sitting around at home most of the time. So, but it's taking different like communication skill, just learning how to make things more concise when you're talking, I think, because you don't have the, you're not in a room with someone chit-chatting and really learning someone's personality. I mean, I've been working with a lot of people, now that I've never met before. I always do that because I do a lot of mixing and get stuff from all over the world to mix, but that's the majority of what it's been right now. So there is a lot that you understand about people's music and their whole vibe when you're like in a room talking to them, and doing that just like over the phone or over video or something like that is like, it's, you got to learn a little bit quicker. But I kind of used to it, in the same time, because again, I have worked with people remotely before, and it's kind of the world we live in. And I think it's so cool that we can do that nowadays. So I don't mind it terribly. I miss being in a studio recording with people and all that. But this is nice too, to be able to, I think it's opening people's minds up to like, you can work with anyone in the world, because it can be done, sort of remotely at times.
Yeah. So probably a lot of people are sending you material that they have recorded themselves as well at this moment.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I am getting a lot more home recorded stuff, which is, that's been interesting too, because I initially think, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a mess, like, I'm like, this is going to obviously sound like garbage, and I'm going to have, just that's because that's, what we would assume, but I'm forcing myself to listen and be like, well, does this really sound like garbage? Is there something cool about it that I might want to, instead of going in and trying to, notch out every EQ and figure everything out and make it sound like something completely different, there might be some inherent really cool quality about it. I was, recently mixing for an artist called Casey Satterfield, and she recorded a lot of the stuff on her own in her home, and used like kitchen items for one of the songs, and it sounds really cool, and I was like, well, this is great, and isn't as much of a engineering challenge as I thought it would be, and it has such a cool vibe to it. And that's, I think a lot of the music people are writing now have that feel of, this is from home, this is in isolation, and to be able to like honor that, and honor that in the arrangement is cool, you know. So it hasn't been. There's been some things like some artists are sending me, you know, their stems and not having another engineer prepare them, and it's just like a nightmare to open up. But you know, we work with it, and I'm happy to be working, so it's no huge deal.
Yeah, that sounds like a good way to handle the situation, and also like it's so interesting, like how you would presume like that things sound better just because they're in the studio, or you know, like all these perceived things that we have, expectations on things, but
Yeah,
it's
it's like something that Tony always taught to me, which seems obvious, but it's an important reminder, you know, in days where we are looking at screens a lot while we're making music. And he always said, use your ears, you know, just a reminder to always use your ears first, not your eyes, not what you assume something to be like. What does it sound like? That's what we're dealing with.
Yeah. Just a question that we would like to ask all of our role models. It's basically like if you do have any thoughts on how we can reach more equity or equality in the music business. If you have any thoughts around that.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it has to be so so system, like the whole system needs to change and needs to abide by that. Like, you know, of course, I mean, we always talk about, you know, gender, you know, but it's like so much race too, you know, especially like in America and living in America, and the whole American music was built off of essentially like stealing Black people's ideas and style and making money off of that as a white person, you know. And to me, the fact that any sort of music related company, organization, anything exists without Black people in roles of leadership is like very disturbing and challenging to me, because again, and I'm not sure about in other countries, but in America, our American music is Black music, you know. And so I think that labels need to have you know, people of color, Black people specifically, women, people of different gender expressions, trans people, you know, and just diversity in leadership roles, and that should trickle down to, you know, distribution companies, record labels, studios, engineering, producers. Like, hire people that are different than you, because all that's going to do is help, because music listeners look like, you know, you know, anything, you know, and come from all different places, and it's the right thing to do. It's also the smart thing to do. So, you know, I think anytime someone can work with someone that is different from them and has different experiences, is like would be such a gift, you know. And I love working with people that are different than me, and yeah. So I think, you know, accessibility of all types needs to be a focus, you know, worldwide in the industry. But, you know, I can only really specifically speak to America because it's where I've lived my whole life.
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective for us as well, since a big part of the industry is based in America as well. So, you know, and it affects us as well here. And
absolutely,
Swedish culture has always been, not always, but since the 50s or something like that, has always been working like. Yeah, the television shows, programs, American programs a lot, and so on. So yeah, for us, American culture is very like a sisterly almost connection.
Sure.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, and I just think it all needs to change. I just think it's like absolutely ridiculous, and I think like everyone's complicit in it too. I know I've, you know, made mistakes in the past, and always try to, you know, be better every day and be more inclusive and try to reach more people and help more people when I can, and support, you know, different types of artists and different types of people as well, and, you know, lift everyone up. I just think it's like super important.
It's a struggle. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I get
Yeah.
it. Yeah, so do you have any thoughts on, like, to anyone who's like in the beginning of trying to achieve a career as a future music producer, like what's important for a person like that?
Yeah, I think like the most important thing to do, like the most important thing is like collaborating with other people and like finding like a scene, you know, like a music scene wherever you are, and meeting and working with other people, bouncing off ideas, like is the number one thing. Because you know you can only do so much sitting by yourself, you know, on your computer watching YouTube instructional videos on how to do X, Y, and Z. I think it's music is all about collaboration. And, you know, I don't think you necessarily have to have the most expensive gear or the most expensive instruments or have access to the most expensive, fanciest recording studios. You can do a lot with not much money or access nowadays, but you do need a community of people to work with. And even like if getting out and around is hard, or even right now, it's like, you know, find people on the internet. Like I wish I had, you know, that was more popular when I was a kid, you know, like you can meet people over the world and collaborate musically with them. So that is like the number one thing for me is, yeah, building those skill sets you can only get with working with other people. And there's a lot of information online and a lot you can learn. But there's also like conflicting information, you know, so it's like, you know, study and learn, but put it into practice. You can really hear what works and feel what works great with other people.
So from here, like now you're talking about like a work process basically. Are you using any like methods or techniques yourself, or have you like developed something like an own way of working?
For me, I have a very like in terms of my workflow, you know, I have a method that I follow and an organization to my work that really helps me, because there's so many decisions you have to make when you're engineering or producing or mixing in like split seconds, especially if you're in the room with you know, with the artist, that you want to eliminate any like, you know, try to reduce any room for error, you know, to happen. So I have a very like an order in which I do things, everything from setting up my session to the order in which I place the instruments, whether I'm recording or mixing or producing. Like everything always goes in the same order, you know, and an order in which I do things so that I can be creative, you know, because you have to be creative and you have to be highly technical and highly skilled in that area. And you have to deal with these personalities, you know, and emotions of artists. And so having a really like, you know, regimented way and order of doing things, I think is really important. And I have what works for me. You know, I think it's the right way to do things, but that's because it's how it works best for me. So like organization and having that, I think is really helpful.
So basically about also like inspiration. What is your like main inspiration or role models or people like regarding this work?
I think I get inspired by like, I think when you like work in music or do it for a long time, or do it if you're like any sort of an engineer where you're so like you have to get so hyper focused on every little element of a song, sometimes you can forget like how powerful music can be for people. So like you know, and you can get like, you know, jaded or something like, oh, you know, this is my work. And I've been like that at times, but seeing like the power that music has over everyone is like really inspiring to me, and like remembering that and remembering like what it can do for people, you know, back to like why I fell in love with music and wanted to work with it in the first place is like really, that's really my like biggest source of inspiration, more so than any like one person, is like, you know, the effect it has on people, like, you know, watching like children, you know, and how excited they can get over cool sounds. Like I like introduced my 6-year-old nephew to the Talking Heads, and he's like obsessed with them now. And like that's so cool because it's such weird, cool music when you really think about it. And like for a child to hear the Talking Heads for the first time and how fun it is and how like he can love it as much as I do, you know, like stuff like that is really inspiring for me because that's the whole point of what we're doing. You know, and there's like, you know, I'm constantly like listening to new music and getting inspired by new people and you know, new styles. You know, I like all different genres of music, and um so that, you know, is inspiring as well. But really like that, you know, just remembering what music does for people is important.
So like, but from here and now on, like how do you see your future, your own future? Do you have like any aims or anything for the future in your profession?
Sure. I mean, you know, I always want to continue making music and making records. I'm also, you know, I've been working for several years on a company that I'm starting that, you know, I'm starting to slowly talk more about as we can, that really aims to change the way people collaborate and create and connect with each other in the music industry in a way that, you know, a lot of what exists today and the systems and the way things are done were built for a completely different time, you know, and we are in, you know, the digital age. Music is like been democratized in a lot of ways. You know, there isn't this huge barrier to entry that used to exist where, you know, I mean, tracing throughout history, like you had to either be a highly classically trained musician way back in the day or have a ton of money to go in the recording studio. Um, now, now anyone can make music, and a lot of people talk about that as if it's a negative. And there's so much out there, and all the major record labels are eating each other up, and you can't make any money off of, I mean, streaming's, you know, screwed everything up and in terms of making any money, and that's all true, you know. But what I don't think is true is that this is necessarily a bad thing. I just think we need to do things differently and figure out new ways to collaborate and connect, and new ways to record and get to studios and work together. So I'm building a company that is addressing that, and I'm really excited for that as well because I want to, you know, help other artists and music creators that you know, that are stuck in this old world versus the new world mindset, and really like try to help to push things forward and also make like positive change. So, you know, continue producing, of course, but that's something I'm really passionate as well in starting this company.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
So is the aim 2021? Or is it like even further
2020
on?
Yeah, 2021 is the aim. The goal is once it's safe to enter the world again, we'll be ready to get things going. Once it's safe for everyone.
Yeah, that's perfect. Do you have any other things that you would like to add on to this? Like anything? You're free to speak.
I think you covered so much, you know. I just think I love that you all, you know, also promote like accessibility in music, and I just think it's so important for everyone to know that anyone can make music and nothing has to like stand in your way, whether it be where you live or who you are or how much money you have, you know, like that's not the world we're in anymore. And anyone that says it is, that you have to have this piece of gear and this amount of money and look this way, you know, it's like it's just not true. So I love that you all promote that, and like that's, you know, something I really believe. So
yeah, and that's what you want to lift with your company as well as a
highlight.
Yeah. So we're really glad that you wanted to join us for a little speak. We at EQLovesFestival and EQLovesMusic want to thank you, Erin, for joining us for this meeting, and it has been really inspiring listening to you. and we will hope everyone will continue following your stuff on the internet.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been great, and I hope to see you all in Sweden soon.
Yeah.
One day.
We hope
Thank you.
to be able to come there, or you come here. Let's arrange that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But take care. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Very interesting conversation.
Yeah. I mean, so interesting.
Yeah.
And it's amazing what she's doing and what inspiration it is.
Yeah, it's so inspiring to hear from someone who's been working with so many legends.
Exactly. And so for you guys who have jumped into the live stream now, we are EQ Loves Festival, and we are also a non-profit organization called
EQ Loves Music.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for those of you who doesn't know, EQ Loves Music is an organization that works to promote female producers, because we really need more female producers in this industry, and we need to claim the space.
Yeah, basically, like if you're a non-male person or non-binary person, it can be hard to be in this industry and in this production room, you know. So this is a way to have a safe space for non-male persons. And I mean, we're not a closed team. We're open to males also, but our basic goal is to work for equality in the business, really.
Yeah, and that's really needed. And you've been in the organization from the start, right?
Not really, but I've been with EQ since 3 years ago or something. But it actually started here in Gothenburg by Militia Linell and Kimtina.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's been a lot of, mostly in Stockholm, there's been organizations like this. But I think Militia felt like we need something in Gothenburg. So she started it, and it's I felt like such a relief when I got to be a member here, because it's, like I said, like a safe space for me to grow and for us to grow and to help each other out and not being stressed out in hard rooms. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I really do. And because one of the things that we do is that we have these online meetings where we can share our music and get feedback and support from each other, and that has meant a lot for me since I joined the organization, that to be able to have this community that Erin talked about, to be able to have people that supports you and understands your struggle, and being able to support you and encourage you to make more music, and that is so important, has been so important to me. So it's really important work.
Yeah, and I mean it's women and non-male history that it's a struggle. It's a very much real struggle, and of course for males too, but especially for women and non-binary. You know, it's a history of it. So it's needed.
Yeah, it's really needed.
And this is actually the 4th year in a row that we're having the festival.
Wow.
Yeah. So I've been with the festival for 3 times now. How you were here last year too,
yeah,
right?
I was here last year, and I joined. I went as a participant for 2 years ago, and then last year I was took center stage and joined you in the work, and that was so awesome. And I still, I'm so glad about this festival, because it inspires me so much.
Yeah, and it's a way to also put it on spot, like show people that we are here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like inspiration for anyone who wants to maybe start producing, maybe feel intimidated, or like, how am I gonna do this, or for someone that has produced for a while and like, I want to learn more, but yeah, and it's really interesting because we also brought the festival to New York.
Wow.
And I think they're going to talk about it a little bit more later, but that's also cool.
Yeah, that's really cool. It
It's,
shows that it's growing, and that's
yeah,
awesome to see.
it's like we feel, I think like we need to show the world,
Yeah.
and that's great about this online thing, because now it's Corona times, but it's great that we can do this online now.
Yeah. Yeah, and that we can still reach each other and inspire each other, even though we cannot meet
Be
physically.
together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shall we do another video party?
Yeah, another video party with EQ Loves Music members.
Yeah.
I think so.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Party. Let's go.
Yeah.
Curious use of body language, almost like you cheat. Signal failure in a system. I use a palm, you use 2 fingers. A simple grip, a simple gesture. You lift me up so easily. What is peace? Does it come with silence? Where are you taking me? You lift me up with 2 fingers. 2 fingers. I didn't say imagination, I said delivery. I said entertainment. Am I an instrument? You're playing me using 2 fingers. Didn't see the impression until it was gone. Didn't get much satisfaction, but too dense, that still hurt. You'd let go. With both fingers. Lift me up, touch me, pull the strings, drop me. Lift me up, touch me, pull the strings, drop me. Lift me up, touch me, pull the strings, drop me. Lift me up, touch me, pull the strings, drop me. Never knew you had these skills, you make everything look simpler. Even when you say hello, raise your hand like you're a winner. What normally takes a hand, you do with 2 fingers. All you say goes up in smoke without an explanation. Hanging out with you, all signs get new associations. It normally takes a hand, you do with 2 fingers.
But We don't break up, we don't break up, we are mosaic. The lies that no chaos, life is not fair, it seems like you care. We don't break up, we don't break up, we are mosaic. In prosaic worlds, vivid construction, leave it where it's bounded. Don't bring me down just cause you can. Millennium by your side, if all towns collapse, Romeo makes me melt, 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 melt. We can rebuild the story, bring your pieces, mix them all with mine. We can rebuild the story, bring your pieces, mix them all with mine. We don't break up, we don't break up, we are mosaic. The lies I do care once, life is not fair, it seems like you care. We don't break up, we don't break up, we are mosaic. In prosaic world, vivid construction, leave it where it's bound. Don't bring me down just cause you can. They wanna kiss your face, the wrinkles of your smile, Romeo makes me melt, 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 melt. Story of mosaic, mosaic, mosaic. It's music. We can rebuild the story, bring your pieces, mix them all with mine. We can rebuild the story, bring your pieces, mix them all with mine. We can rebuild the story, bring your pieces, mix them all with mine. We can rebuild the story, bring your pieces, mix them all with mine. We can rebuild the story, bring your pieces, mix them all. We can rebuild them all with mine. Bring your pieces, bring your pieces, bring your pieces. Bring your pieces, bring your pieces, bring your
They talk about global goals and
Hi, it seems like Karin's video is a little bit broken or something at this moment.
I have no idea.
We're sorry about that.
Sorry about that, and I just had to pick up my schedule like immediately here, just to not lose you over there. Anyhow, this was some of our members, and Suki and Sarah. Sarah
Hi.
were saying back
Hi,
in
guys.
studio one there is that our members are have sent some really lovely videos to us, and it's so great. A shout out to our members who has sent the videos. as I said yesterday, I've been working very long with this project since February, and you make it such worth a while doing this work. And thank you so much. I'm almost starting to cry right now. I'm really emotional.
And Nadia,
yeah,
I can say something also.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Melissa.
Yeah, this is Melissa.
It's me.
Hi,
I'm sitting here in a
girl.
dark
Hi,
room.
Melissa.
Girl.
Anyways, we're gonna post all the videos on the website afterwards, so you can actually watch it later. And we apologize for the sound of the last video there,
Yeah.
Karin. We don't know really what was the problem with that, but
And for anyone like out there, you saw the layout of the video, like, but I need to say something about Bara Karin just because
she's fabulous.
She has the most intriguing way of making lyrics out of like fiction and reality in such a like fun mix. And a lot of the material is like about the female sexuality and about questioning things. And yeah, it's so philosophical in a very quirky way. So I can recommend you, anyone out there, if you're interested in, like you saw the robot video, go and look out Fuck Me Like a Robot.
Fuck Me Like a Robot.
It's such a great video. So
and the future is oral, she also says. It's one of her taglines. And I'm totally with. Patti Smith also says that in Dancing Barefoot. You and me, Suki, have been covering that a couple of times.
Oh yes, we have.
Yeah. But anyhow, we are in this, we in Studio One are welcoming all the new viewers, and this is
Maria, and we're in Studio 2.
Yeah.
Yes. Hello.
Yeah. And the situation here is right now I'm trying to get track of the schedule, where we're at. I tried to print out a schedule with color scheme on it, and it looks like I don't know what when I printed it out. So we have marked the things with like different pens, but I can't read it, and I'm using my mobile as a monitor, so I can't look at it. But I'm here, and we are here.
Representing Diana Indie, right?
Yes, that's a really funny theme, actually, because Diana Indie, we have also interviewed, and Melissa, you have interviewed her.
Yes.
She's doing such an interesting project called 12 Songs in 12 Months.
Yeah.
And I think she only calls it 12 songs. And it's about, the process is about the 12-step program that you do in the Alcoholics Anonymous.
And NA also.
And NA and
all the A's, basically.
SLA, the sex and love addicts, and so on. And as
addicts,
as humans, it's impossible, especially if you're an emotional artist. I can totally relate to the theme myself. We had some interesting interviews yesterday, also at the Couch Wisdom at our festival that you can check out later. That's on our YouTube and Facebook channel as well. And some of the girls yesterday said also they really like underlined the situation with like touring and doing music outside of touring, doing things with music in general. It can really put you in weird places, and you don't know whom to trust and whom not to trust. Meeting people on the road, and
it was really interesting.
People don't care about you. Sometimes it feels like it's like you're depersonified in a sense. Because you're an artist. They see you in a certain way, but they don't want to sort of see who is under the layer of only being an artist. So we as artists, we expose ourselves and our bodies in a very specific way. So I can totally. It's going to be so interesting listening to this interview with Diana Indy. And do you have anything to add to that, Melissa? Since you were talking about with her.
Well, no, not really. Other than that, me and Diana were actually friends for a while, and it was really nice talking to her. So I think she's gonna say some great things in the interview, and it can speak for itself.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was going to say before that I think what we talked about here, that's the whole thing that happened with Avicii, he's such a clear example because he was a money bag for everyone around him. He generated money for everyone around him, and to keep him going, you know, of course they would encourage him to take things to enable him to work as hard as he did. And that's pretty much what happened. So he's like, because he is famous, he is such a clear example, because all the people around him, they stood to lose if he didn't tour all the time and did more than he could. And to do more than he could, he had to take things to do.
Exactly, and Avicii is such a good example, since we are doing music production and so on. He has the music that Avicii has done has really changed the platform for music production as well, to be sort of different. We have it's been lifted out from the old ways of doing things with males, grand males, owning studios, and people coming to the studios. Like, you can do music from home. And that's also a subject that we've really been talking about yesterday on our live stream as well. But anyhow, we are gonna give it up to Diana Indy, and it's gonna be so interesting to hear about her journey to get to a different perspective about how to do music production.
Hello everyone, I'm sitting here with an old friend of mine. Her name is Diana. Hello Diana. Did I say it right?
Hi,
Hello.
Melissa. Thank you for inviting me. I'm so happy.
It's a pleasure
and you
to have
my
you.
name right.
Okay, because I didn't the first time. It was like Diana. Diana. Yes.
The Gothenburg Swinglish.
Yes.
Kind of way.
So, how you been?
Wow, it's been such a long time since we talked. I've been good. Actually great, I think. It was a few years ago, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's been quite a up and down, but the latest year it's been like a nice curve on my way up.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling, I don't think I've felt this good in years, since I was in my teenage, or I don't know. I mean, yeah.
And yes, we usually start by letting the participant, introducing themselves. So if you can start by introducing yourself with your full name and your work title. So, so formal.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm Diana, and I'm a singer-songwriter and music producer, and I live in Stockholm, but I'm from Malmo, the south of Sweden, and
Malmo.
born in Yugoslavia, half Nigerian, half Belgrade. Yeah, and I'm basically, producing music, writing songs, and my part-time job is working with kids and producing music and helping them, being creative with ideas, developing ideas, and so on. So that's a little bit of me.
That's nice. And you also write a lot of songs and stuff like that. And do you have a lot of collaborations in Stockholm, or do you mostly work by yourself?
I mostly work by myself nowadays. I am, like before, when we hanged out, I was all about collaborations and writing songs for other artists, and I found myself working a lot and nothing really happened, really. And I had some private issues as well. So I felt just watered, just creating things, nothing happened. And so I try to like, just go back to basic with myself, recreating music, just, feeling what the vibe is when I'm alone and what I wanted to do. And actually what I wanted to do is not work so much with like record labels and artists where you're supposed to write a particular song for a project that seems so far away. So I just wanted to, get back to basic a bit and work, just try to find my own vibe a little bit.
Yeah.
Again, because I got lost, I think, it was like,
Yeah.
oh, I need to do this, I need to do that. And,
Yeah.
And
trying to adapt to others and stuff like that. I can totally relate to that. So it's a very common thing when you wanna, you wanna work as a producer and you think that you have to adapt to everyone else, and it's sometimes you can forget about yourself also.
Yeah, and it's a matter of like, how do you want to work? I mean, I couldn't work at the time so much because, like I said, I had problems with what we will talk about later, I guess, with like addiction problem, and I was so lost, and I just felt like I couldn't concentrate, and I just felt that the music I was doing was, I mean, I like pop music, but it wasn't like, I didn't get the vibe, from inside, and I just didn't feel that I got enough back to, continuing doing that. So now I'm working quite much alone, but I actually miss company as well. But now I think when I'm sober and clear, I can choose the right company to work with.
Yeah.
And that's important to me, to get the right energy and right vibe, because I'm a sensitive person,
Yeah. And get the right,
we all are.
Yeah, and get the right people to, that appreciates the same type of music that you do.
Yeah, and I think I got lost in, how can I make money out of music? I need to succeed, all that.
Succeed.
Here I come.
Yeah.
Take me. I was kind of desperate, I think, as well. I turned desperate, like, and I didn't like that side of myself, because that's not why I started creating music. Of course, I want to make a living of it, but I need to stay true to myself as well. And, yeah.
I saw your video vlog, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my gosh, I was so inspired, and it felt so, I was so happy to see that. And by the way, great music in it also.
Thank you.
I was like, yeah. I have been thinking about having you in the festival like every year. Like I've been, and I also tried like every year. When I saw the video, I was like, oh yeah, we have interview sessions. Oh, this is so interesting. I really want to talk with you about this. Can you tell us a little bit about that video? Also the challenge that you have.
Yeah.
It's very exciting.
Challenge.
The 12.
I have so much anxiety already.
Yeah.
Well, first, I just want to say, I mean, I love your work. Like EQLovesFestival, it's amazing, and I wanted to participate every year, but I was in a pretty heavy addiction problem, and I couldn't. Like I tried to do things like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that, but nothing ever happened because I had too much problem, I guess. And so last summer, I don't know if I hit rock bottom again, because my problem has always been smoking weed. So I smoked a lot of weed, and it started in early teenagers, and it was funny in the beginning, but 5 years in, I started to get like psychosis, and I wasn't feeling so good, and I used that to handle my emotions, I think. I didn't know that at the time, but now I know, getting older. But so last summer, I had a relapse. That's the name, relapse. Because I stopped for 2 years, but then I drank instead. But, I was like, oh, I'm sober. But, everything was were just like going faster and faster and spinning, and I was like, and I lost one of my jobs, and like my dog died, my girlfriend left, and everything were like coming all together. Like I couldn't continue anymore with the things, how I was treating myself. And I went into a 12-step program last summer, and that was like the best thing I've ever done, because it helped me so much. And I mean, I've been talking to therapists, and I'm still doing that, because I have some, mental disorders like many of us have, like ADHD and blah blah blah, and so I get help and I talk to people, but the 12-step program really helped me change in a fast way. And I think it was because there's a lot of people around you all the time that you can call and talk to, and that can help you, that's there 24/7. And I didn't have that because no one understood me. I did not even understand myself. Like, why was I treating myself like shit? Why I didn't want to smoke. And I know I have a lot of friends that are drinking and smoking, so I'm not saying it's, you can't do that, but for me it wasn't good. But so I started to change my life dramatically. Like I just stopped with everything and started to work out, and was really taking care of myself for about 6 months. And and then music, I didn't, music was far away. I couldn't like do any music anymore because I was like didn't have the energy. And then when I was like feeling better, I started to feel like, oh, I miss music, maybe I should do something again. And then I started to work a bit. And then I think it was one evening when I was working, I was sitting in my bed. I had my computer in my lap and my hard drive. And I was like, just moving it gently, slowly down on the floor. And the hard drive like, boop, dropped on the floor. I'm like, that's nothing. It fell harder before. But then I, tried to put it in my computer, and everything was gone. And I tried everything. I called different, people to try to help me, and went to the store, and it was, how do you say, unsavable. It's destroyed.
Just like that. It makes me so nervous. Oh my God.
I was like, I cried hard for 1 hour, and then I was like, what the beep? I was like, okay, this is it. This is what's happening right now. And I don't know why, but I just came up with the idea because I think I needed something else to concentrate real hard on, to forget about that. So I was like, I am going to start a vlog. It just came out from nowhere. I was like, so I was like, went to the store like the 2 days after, like bought a new hard drive, and I bought a camera, and I was like, okay, I'm doing this. What am I going to do? And then the idea just popped, like, because I've been having issues with finishing songs for like, I don't know how long, but that's always been an obstacle in my life. So I was like, how can I do this? How can I, push myself, challenge myself to finish something, So I was like, maybe I should do 1 song per month to honor like the 12-step program in some way that changed my life. So I was like, yeah, 12 challenge. I will do 1 song per month and just see how it ends up, because I don't know if you recognize that, but like this pressure of everything being so perfect all the time, and afraid of showing people, and afraid of, I don't know, just scared all the time, and being a perfectionist, like, but you're really scared, I guess. So that's the whole 12 vlog thing, me creating 12 songs, and just talk about personal development and mental health maybe, and just creating music, I guess. I don't know.
That's wonderful. The idea is to make 1 vlog every month about this?
Yeah, like 1 video per month for the project. But I already broke every rule in the world to how to start a YouTube channel. Like, you should have at least 3 videos already finished before you release your first one. And you shouldn't release, the first video shouldn't be about you because nobody knows about you. And I did everything wrong. But but it doesn't matter. Like, this is for me, you know, trying to progress, trying to do something. And I also want to share, because I know there's a lot of us, you know, in the same boat in some way, you know, struggling and trying to stay true to ourselves and try to follow our dreams. And I just wanted to share, I guess, and not being, because this the first episode, I was actually recording that in February this year, but and I didn't release it because I was like, oh, maybe I should do like this, and I should do, you know. So I was like, no, get it out now. Don't sit there. Yeah, just do it. Like, now it's time now, not later. So it's a challenge.
Yeah, I understand that.
Like every step, it's like you're really diving into you're taking a good, honest look at yourself.
Yeah.
In a really logical way, actually. And it was very effective. It's hard because people drink and people smoke and people, you know, you have to be strong and stay true to yourself. And like you say, the whole music industry, when I, you know, came into that, I was only like 18 years old. And older people, I saw them, they were drinking all the time, they smoked and they took drugs. So I was like, yeah, okay, let's do this, because I didn't know better, and I'm like impulsive. So, and I think I want to raise a voice for you. Like, you don't have to do that. It's okay not to do anything. You know, just be high on air, high on life, high, you know, meditate. You know, I go more, I have, you know, more highs on meditating than smoking weed nowadays. It's like a whole new world. And I just want to like talk about that as well, because all you see in here, not all, but a lot has been, it's like, oh, smoking weed, smoking weed, drinking alcohol, you know, that's songs. And like, like listening to songs that I've been creating when I'm drunk, because I, you know, at the end I was like always drunk, drinking wine. And I think it's interesting, because what I want to reach for with using something is to be relaxed, to not question everything I do. And my tool was to drink or to smoke.
Yes.
Now I have different tools to get to that state of mind where I can relax and not question everything. And, you know, I like creating in the night, because it was all quiet. I want to be alone, and I'm a bit tired as well, so I don't have the energy to like, oh, should I use this snare, or should I use, you know, I'm just creating something flowy. So now I try to like work out, because then my energy gets more, you know, stable. And I, you know, eat, you know, proper meals, so I get, you know, I'm stable. And also to meditate, to come down, to breathe, to get into that state, because that's what it's all about, being like all in harmony in some way. And of course I'm not in harmony, you know, most of the time, but but I mean, I think it's interesting, because now I don't think it's a difference, actually. When it's no, because I do
you feel
those,
like
those
you're more in touch with yourself now? And maybe that can be a good thing when you create, like it's more your clean, it's a clean path to your inner self.
Exactly. There's no, exactly, that's the way. It's like the connection, the spirit, and it's clean. I'm looking for another word, but it describes it. It's very pure, I think. There's nothing in between the worlds, or wherever you get your energy from. It's and it feels good. It feels good. And I mean, it's so funny, because I didn't think I could create music, you know. being high or drunk, or but I can, and it's no big difference.
Yeah, so you actually surprised yourself, like,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it was like you had that in your mind that, oh, maybe that's not gonna work, and it worked, like.
Yeah, but it's hard because, but I like that because now I have to deal with my emotions that comes.
Yes.
And doing that this way, I develop even faster and more as a person, because before I just used the same tools to smoke or to drink or to, you know, try to get away from everything that pops up. Now it's like now creating one song and video per month, and you know, some other contents maybe, but in the beginning it's going to be just one video. I'm already having a lot of anxiety. Like I work close with my cousin who helps me with some technical stuff, and he's like, oh my god, Diana, chill down. and but now I can take care of those feelings and look at them and like, okay, what is the problem here? How can I do it? Before I just like had these emotions and I was like drinking on it and nothing happened, you know.
Yeah. Do you feel like you're more inclined to solve things now? Like if you have a technical issue and it's kind of stopping you from creating, and before you maybe like drank or something like that and it stopped you from continuing. Like now maybe it's more that you know, maybe more inclined to solve it, or
yeah, absolutely. Before I would like you know, do something else or cheat, you know. Oh fuck it, I just do like this and that, and
oh yeah.
You know, because I didn't, like, oh god, who cares.
Yeah.
Now it's like, okay, I mean, I'm not saying it's perfect everything now. It's life is hard sometimes. Life is, you know, that's how it is. And but the thing is, like, I think the hard drive is a perfect example, because before I would have, if I would have dropped that before when I was, you know, using, I would have felt sorry for myself for months, crying and being, no, the world is against me, everything is wrong, and you know, I would, you know, I wouldn't take responsibility. It's like, well, don't have your hard drive in your bed, you know, first of all. Second of all, it's
you
broken.
learn, you know. Yeah.
To do, it's sad, you can cry, it's okay, but then what should you do? Like, how can you move forward, like not stay there or go back and like, well, poor me. It's like, and I feel it's a blessing not, you know, going back to those destructive behaviors, like holding yourself back all the time. So I'm more keen at, you know, trying to solve my problems, or I'm curious about, okay, what's the issue now? Like now it's so funny because I have this, like, I'm going to release something at the 5th of September. And I already have a lot of anxiety. I've been creating like 4 or 5 different songs. I'm like, oh no, this is not so good. Oh no, maybe I should, like, I'm in that now, in a real like anxiety balls, like, oh god. But I'm curious. I'm like, okay, I wonder which song I am going to choose, and will I finish, and how will it, if I don't, how will I feel? Will I share something? It's interesting. I'm more curious now.
So so you basically have a few songs and then you choose one to finish, right? Is that so you usually do more than one? That's my question, you know. More than
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Like, do you have more songs and then you choose one to be the 12th challenge song?
Yeah, like now I'm creating, like, I'm just writing because I want to release something. Like the first song, what should it be about? What kind of song should it be? I don't know. Like I'm just creating, and I'm like sitting down, you know, on the computer and starting to write something. And it's like, oh, this is nice. And the next day, no, maybe I should start something new. And then I start something. So now I have started like 5 different songs for the same plot. So I'm like,
oh yeah.
And I actually finished one song, but I'm not happy with it. So, but so the process is on, and it's hard. And I don't know. Yeah.
It's interesting and it's nice, you know. I can totally relate because usually when I create something, it's also a lot of different versions on it, you know, and I'm like, where to go with this and stuff like that. It's usually I have different versions of the song, and then I mean, like, that could be nice, right?
Of course.
So,
and it's so nice to talk about that because you forget. Sometimes you feel like crazy. It's like, oh God, am I like, no, you create different versions and then you feel for a few days, then you listen. It's like, oh no, this is good. Maybe I should work on that.
Yeah.
That's the process. And sometimes at least for me, while I'm in the process, I forget those things because I'm like, oh God, no. It's like, well, that's how you work and that's how it is and it's okay.
Are you gonna release some new stuff or yeah
but the thing is like every month the 15th I celebrate like August it was 1 year and the next month it's going to be 13 months, and so every the 15th of every month I will release one song next year, so you know that's just 10 days before, so I will have a song. I don't know
that's
what
amazing.
It's going to be finished or what, but a song is going to get out.
That's nice. So we can post a link in our Instagram and stuff like that for people to find it, and yay.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I really love the songs that you make, and you're a great producer and also artist and everything, so it's been a pleasure.
Bye. Thank you for having me.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that was so interesting.
It was, and so inspiring.
And so important to talk about.
Yeah.
Because everyone struggles with this. Especially trans persons, non-binary, non-male, males also, of course. But I mean, the struggle is so real with this issue.
Yeah.
You know?
And I agree. And it's so relieving to hear that we're not alone in this, that we all have these thoughts, and at the same time it's so sad.
It's so sad because everyone goes around with those feelings of failure and like I'm not enough and it's not perfect, and it's so time waste for you and you energy wise it's totally draining, you know. And I think I always felt like I was alone in these thoughts, and she says it in such a good way, I think.
Yeah. And I also love her idea about releasing the songs, and I really look forward to start to hearing them.
Yes, very much.
Me too.
Yay!
Yay!
And so for you guys who just jumped into the stream, this is EQLovesFestival. Yeah,
and it's run by EQ Loves Music, a non-profit organization that works to promote female producers and transgender producers and non-binary producers. So to give us a platform and encourage us to keep creating and take our place in the music business.
Yeah, and we're sending live from Brewhouse Arena. No, not Arena, but Brewhouse in Gothenburg in a studio. And so we're so happy that all of you guys watching and share this with your family and friends, because we really feel like it's important things, and it's so nice for everyone who is interested in producing and music and everyone else too.
Yeah. And EQ Loves Music has been around for a couple of years now, and is just keep growing and growing. And for about a year ago, a couple of you went to New York, right?
Exactly. We took it to New York. That's crazy.
Yeah, but awesome.
Yeah. And there we had like a festival thing at the Swedish embassy, I think it was, Correct
No,
me
the
if I'm
Consul
wrong.
General.
Yeah. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, good. And there we actually met with Gloria Cava. Yeah, which we're gonna see an interview with also.
We're gonna?
Yeah.
Wow. That sounds exciting.
And I mean, she has worked with great names, like Beyonce. Oh my God.
Wow.
Madonna, Q-Tip.
Yeah,
Frank
Madonna.
Ocean.
Yeah.
Aretha Franklin.
So I mean, the list goes on there.
Wow.
So it's gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear it. Should we jump into it?
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Right? Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello everybody and welcome to our interview session we have on EQLovesFestival. I'm very excited to have Gloria here with me. Hello Gloria. How are you?
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for being here today with us.
Thank you for having me.
Can you start by introducing yourself with your full name and your work title?
Sure. My name is Gloria Cava. I'm a producer and engineer. As a kid, I didn't come from a musical family, but I always had an affinity towards music. And that manifested in, I took piano and guitar lessons when I was young. And then as a teenager, I started writing and making beats. And, once I got to college, I actually went to college at Temple University in Philadelphia, and I majored in media studies. I just started taking recording and production classes there, and then started interning at studios. So once I graduated college, I got a job in Manhattan at a studio called MSR Recordings. And, I started out as a runner and made my way up to assistant engineer. And, I was in sessions with anyone from Beyonce to Kanye, Madonna, Frank Ocean, and, all your major Broadway cast recordings. So I had a very diverse group of artists that I was able to learn from. And, in 2013, I went freelance where I started working for QTECH. And that led to work on A Tribe Called Quest final album and Solange's A Seat at the Table.
So, that's really exciting. It's a lot of names that we all heard of, so of all those artists and productions, do you have any specific memories? That something that some artists that you worked more with?
Yeah, sure. I mean, one of the sessions that really stands out was when we were working on Beyonce's 4, and she had Frank Ocean come in to write with her. And, I believe I spent a week with him, and this was really early on in his career. So to really watch this burgeoning talent write and create and then become this huge force in music was really amazing. And I knew then that he was very special. So that's one of the sessions that sticks out. I mean, the Madonna sessions were also really great, where I met William Orbit, who was a producer on Ray of Light, which was one of her biggest selling albums. And, I met him and really expressed to him my love for production and writing, and he became a mentor for me, and he was one of the first people who really validated the creative side of me, and he's been a mentor even to this day. So those are probably two of my favorite memories from working those sessions.
Oh wow, that sounds amazing, and it's very inspiring to hear that you really got a mentor there, and that you still have him as a mentor. Right. Yeah. So actually, one of my favorite rappers out there is Q-Tip. I really love. I was listening to his albums growing up, and it's really amazing. And can you tell us about a little bit of
working with him, and because you were freelance then when you
Right.
so you did you go to his studio working at, or yeah?
Yes. So when I got the call to work with him, he had just completed his studio, and was looking for another engineer. So his engineer Blair Wells contacted me, and I had actually worked with them before as an assistant engineer on Watch the Throne. Because QTECH was very involved in the making of that album. So they knew me from that, and kind of called me when his studio was complete. And he's amazing. I mean, you know, a music encyclopedia. He is a student of music still to this day, very hands-on. I've learned a great deal from him. He's very meticulous in choosing his sounds. You know, has an ear for samples that, I mean, no one else has. And really, you know, just the attention that he puts into creating and perfecting, and really letting the emotion of the music drive the creative process. So, you know, every time I'm in the studio with him, it's a learning experience. And
he does he do any of the production himself, also making beats and stuff?
Yes, he does it all.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he does it all. So he's still very active. You know, it's funny because a lot of producers on his level, you know, have, you know, underlings, have, you know, some younger producers who are sort of, you know, doing the things. And he doesn't really have that. He's still really hands-on, still studying how music has changed and how he can insert himself into what's going on today. So he's very, very active and still very hands-on.
Yeah. So what would you consider the best thing about your job?
The best thing about my job, I mean, at a basic level is, I mean, I do something I love. I mean, just the fact that I can make a living working in music alone is the best part of my job. But also, you know, working in different capacities, whether that means artist, producer, or engineer, it helps me to see music from different perspectives. So, you know, the best part is being able to make a living from it and say that I work in music. That's the best part. And I don't take it for granted.
No, that's true. And you also started out singing as well?
As a singer-songwriter, yes.
Yeah, singer-song.
Yeah.
So do you do any of your own projects, or do you mainly focus on working with other artists?
Up until this point, it's my focus has been working with other artists. You know, it's funny. I in this period of, you know, since COVID-19 kind of took over, and I've had a lot more time. So I actually have gotten back to working on an EP that I put off for years just because I didn't have time. So I'm excited about how that's going to turn out, and determined this time to complete it and put it out and see what people think.
Oh wow, that's nice. So this period of time has actually made something for you to be able to focus on.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so so what do you, if we can continue talking about this period of time, do you feel like it's different types of work that you do now? How is it different from before?
Right. I mean, it's much different in that, I mean, it is a little tough because, I mean, I think we're all living in it's a very uncertain time. So it's hard to plan ahead. But I've been doing a lot of virtual writing sessions, and you know, it's easier to get in touch with people. I mean, people are way more available than they were before. So it's been easier to find collaborators and find projects to work on. So doing a lot more virtual sessions and working remotely and being really productive at it. So that's changed in that, you know, I do prefer being in the same room with an artist or producer or whatever it is. There's just the synergy when you can be in the same room. That's a lot different. But, you know, that's the ideal. We can't do it, so we have to find a way. We have to be creative in the ways we work now. So.
So are you in New York right now, or where?
Yeah, I live in New Jersey, but very close to New York.
Okay, so do you have any thoughts on what's important to someone who's in the beginning of their process, or they want to, you know, become a producer or engineer, and any tips for them?
Sure. I mean, you know, you really have to work every day to get better. You can't limit yourself to just knowing a piece of software. It really comes down to, hey, you know, finding collaborators amongst your peers and your friends. You know, learning a bit about the business, learn some about publishing, pick up an instrument, network as much as possible. There are so many resources available to producers these days on just merely on YouTube. You know, you can find tutorials on any software. There are, you know, videos that break down, you know, the construction of major pop hits. So it's important to take advantage of those resources, continue to learn, you know, network, and just stay curious.
Amazing. Yeah. Okay, so next question is about role models. What role models did you have that inspired you to begin music producing and so on?
Right. Growing up, you know, the producers that really pushed me to want to create were like Pharrell and the Neptunes, Timbaland and Missy, you know, producers who were really passionate and really innovative and had interesting sounds. I mean, today when I sit down and create, I really think about them and how meticulous you have to be in choosing sounds and making sure the mix is right. So, you know, it's really about, you know, producers who were innovative and creative and passionate, and still to this day, that's what I think about when I sit down to create.
Yeah, and Missy Elliott, I mean, she's awesome. Like, and she's been doing it for so many years, and still people don't realize that she's actually a producer as well.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
So that was a little bit we were into before, because a lot of artists are also in the production process, and so. In regards to equality and within music production, role models and stuff like that. So there's how do you think the importance of having great role models with like diversity and gender equality and stuff like that? So
right, it's extremely important. You know, for me, you know, and other women who have broken through the barriers and have become successful, I think it's important for us to really reach back and find mentees. I've done a lot of work with organizations that are mentoring, you know, young aspiring producers and engineers, especially women. But we really have a great responsibility to reach back and be mentors, you know, and males can be mentors as well. I mean, gender equality in the music business will take the males in positions of power to make noise and to really ask, like, why aren't there enough women in this studio or this label, this boardroom, on a festival lineup? I mean, and so on. So, you know, it really takes the people who have made it to reach back and mentor, and it takes the males in the industry to make noise and make sure that, you know, maybe there needs to be a percentage of women in, you know, the record making process or in making decisions. Maybe we need to, you know, create a requirement that there's a certain percentage of women in these roles.
Yeah.
But it's extremely important, male or female.
Do you think it's important to like have requirements that you said that like they sign an agreement or something like that to allow in the process to kind of...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it has to go as far as signing an agreement, but, you know, it's similar to what the Court Recording Academy did, where they had I know Mark Ronson was one of the people who vowed to have at least one producer on his team when making his album. I think it just, I don't know if you have to sign anything, but it's a responsibility. Like, we should all want to see that change. And it just needs to be talked about more, especially from the men who have the status. And that can be an artist or producer, label exec, whatever. I mean, if you're an all-male band on a festival lineup, you need to, go to the organizers and say, okay, 90% of this lineup is male. Like, I won't perform unless there are more females on this roster. I think it needs to go as far as that, like people just acknowledging the responsibility and, and forcing the organizers to follow suit.
Yeah. Have you ever felt like it's like different for you as a woman in the industry? Like, have you ever felt like you've been treated differently or something like that?
Yeah, it doesn't happen so much now, but definitely in the early stages when I was younger, I would feel uncomfortable in rooms because of the conversation that was being had, or I was sometimes meant to feel like I didn't belong in the room. And, it was definitely more difficult early on. It's easier now because of the success I've had, because of my credits. Like, they kind of speak for me. But I've had situations maybe in the past few years where I've been working with a producer or engineer who's a lot older, who comes from a different era, who is used to seeing the women in studios in a certain role, and they've, weren't shy about expressing their discomfort. But it happens a lot less. But yeah, I've definitely had those experiences, and it's only motivated me, though. It never deterred me from wanting to do what I want to do, because I knew I had to do it for me. Yes. And I had to do it for all the young women, who come after me. So it's a ongoing battle, but hopefully one will see end pretty soon.
Yes. So if we talk about a little bit of the technical aspects and stuff like that, so in what program do you work in?
Oh, I use a few different programs. When I'm engineering, I'm mostly in Pro Tools. I like recording and editing in Pro Tools, and when I'm writing, I kind of bounce between Ableton and Logic.
Okay. So, so which one do you like best, Ableton or Logic, or is it depending on the project?
Depending on the project, absolutely. I mean, I've been working in Logic for years. That was actually the first that was the first program I learned. So I will reach for Logic most of the time, but again, depending on the project, I will bounce between Logic and Ableton.
Okay, so do you have any specific process when you are starting to make a production or anything? Is it the same process all the time, or is it like different?
It is different. I mean, when I'm starting out and say I haven't met the artist yet, I will try to have a conversation. I'll find out, a little bit about their background, their influences, what they might be listening to at the moment, what their goals are in music. I try to get as many references as possible as far as artists and music they might like, just so that I can, begin to create some sort of language or sound palette for the music we're going to be creating. And then alone, I'll just come up with a bunch of ideas. I try not to finish anything because I like to then present it to the artist and have them be involved in the process and, the sounds and the arrangements. I think that's what makes it feel the most organic. But when I'm with an artist, I really try to get to the heart of what they're trying to say and what they're feeling and let that emotion drive the process. I mean, my rule of thumb early on is anything goes. Like, let's throw everything at the wall to see what sticks. There are no rules. Let's experiment. Let's be weird. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We'll move on. But if it does work, then we're being innovative and we're being original. And if it doesn't work, I've worked on really weird things that didn't work, but led to things that did. I just try to be open and push the artists to do things that they're not familiar with.
So you get them to progress a little bit and
Exactly.
develop their ideas.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So do you have any further thoughts on what the music industry looks like in this time, in this uncertain time? So
right. To be honest, I'm excited about where the music industry is now. I mean, the playing field is more level than it's ever been. I think independent artists and producers have more power and more opportunity. I'm excited about the future of ownership. I mean, you don't need a label to create your music. I mean, from the comfort of your own home, you can create, you can distribute, you can market, and you can, be in contact with your fans and get constant feedback on your work. So I'm excited about where it is and the future of it, because it really leads to artists and producers being able to own their art and exploit that the way they want to.
Yeah, and the world is also more open. Like you can have fans in the whole world,
Exactly.
So it's very exciting. Okay, so do you feel like there is anything that we forgot to mention, or anything do you want to bring up?
I mean, just to aspiring producers, I'd say, again, stay curious, learn all you can, be creative about the ways you even seek opportunities. I mean, you don't have to wait for people to come to you. Be creative about, create your own opportunities, network as much as possible, find collaborators who complement your weaknesses. I try to do that a lot. And like when I'm trying to find collaborators, I know what my strengths are. So I try to find collaborators who fill those holes. And I work in different genres, just to challenge myself. And, I push artists to challenge themselves. I want to be challenged as well. So it's really about just staying creative, trying to be innovative. The future of production and engineering is it'll be interesting to see how it progresses, because now we have access to the same sounds. I mean, through platforms like Sounds and Splice, you have access to, the same libraries, the same instruments, the software is affordable. So it is really going to call for producers to, push themselves to be unique and make music that cuts through. And make an original sound. Again, I talk about the producers I grew up listening to, who, you know a Timbaland record when you hear it.
Yes.
Pharrell and Neptunes when you hear it, Missy when you hear it.
Yes.
So I'm continually, inspired to make music that is of the times, but also original, unique, and sounds like me.
Yeah. Well, and on that note, we're just gonna say thank you so much, Gloria, for talking with me, and I'll hope to see you someday soon. And
thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure, and I love working your events because it's just so fun, and I love reflecting, but also looking to the future, and also talking about women empowerment, which is super important.
Yeah, it's super. Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello, and that was our lovely Gloria Caba.
Gloria.
One more Patti Smith reference.
Yes, exactly.
Talking about female empowerment.
Well, she is a goddess, so yeah. For those of you just tuning in, this is Maria.
And this is Nadia. And we're currently in Brewhouse in a studio in the house called power studio owned by our own member and starter of this initiative called EQ Loves Music and EQ Loves Festival. Basically, right now we have been in a interview sort of segment of our today's scheduled programs for our lovely live stream here. And thank you for everyone who's watching. If you find these themes interesting and so on, you can always comment in the feed and so on. And also, don't forget you can share this like by inviting friends to parties. It's called online parties. What did you call it? Online parties.
Video parties.
Video parties on Facebook. So if you're in this stream, you probably have a button.
Yes, and unlike COVID, you should spread this as far as you can.
Exactly, and this is a safe way to share and care about other people. And especially if you're a producer outside of the norm, female, non-binary, so on, know that this initiative that we're doing, we're also an organization called EQ Loves Music. And at EQLovesMusic.com, you can apply to be a member at the bottom of the site to the left. So by submitting a demo, and we will listen to it, we're a crew listening to it, and then we're accepting in people into this. If you're part of any other sites out there, like female sites, let us know about your sites so we can add you like on Facebook and start communicating with you. Because right now we're at a segment of our program that starts with some of our collaborators that we have been working with since last year. Actually, we found a couple of sister organizations. As Suki and Sarah said earlier, we went to New York, and in New York there is a similar organization as we have in Sweden called Popkollo, and it's a kollo that's so they're called Beats by Girls New York.
That's exactly.
But they're working in a similar way. And what are they doing, Maria? They are working with
they're tutoring young girls and young women to be producers.
Learning the technical skills, feeling more empowered about the hazard of the technical world, and create your own music. Because when you create your own music and your own sounds, you usually have sounds in, you can hear almost a song in your head when you're, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. But if you have this vision, you can fulfill your vision by producing yourself the material. And when you have a vision, you can make it sound more like the way you want it to sound.
And it does sound like most of us, I've listened to most of these interviews and I've talked to you here, and it does sound like, for the most part, most of us, we've always been interested in the production part, and it's never really been, when we were young, it wasn't that accessible, and it was sort of it was presented as sort of a man's world, and it was, boy locker room talk in there all the time when you were trying to learn, and there weren't really any good classes and tutors, and that's what sort of Beats by Girls, that they do provide a safe space, and one that I would have wanted when I was 16 and I started out.
Exactly. And there's a lot to say about this theme. There was one more organization that we met last year called Synth Babes, and we are presenting them right now because we have invited Anja Tripala, the starter of Synth Babes, and they're a Malmö, Swedish-based organization. But the fun thing is that Anja, who will be speaking a little bit later after a video party where we're going to listen to Lovljud, Raudur from Iceland, and to Ninosh, also aka Anja. who will be speaking in the interview afterwards. That's the lovely part. And they have started, this is also a fun way to, like when you're out there doing your own stuff and so on, like gathering up people and creating an organization over borders, like country borders and so on. The fun thing is Anja is also from Melbourne, Australia. Yes. And that's where we have interviewed her. And she has been living in Malmö for the past 10 years or something.
Crikey.
Back and forth in between Melbourne and Malmö.
Crikey.
Crikey. Yeah.
Putting a shrimp on the barbie.
Yeah, so here is the interview with Anja Tribala. Yeah, very soon. Still waiting for some technical things to
apparently,
work.
Australia it's very far away, so you know it can take a little time for the interview to reach you.
It's very long. I have actually been to Australia. It took me, I think, 34 hours to travel there.
All right.
And initially, I actually did it only because I wanted to meet a koala. That's the fun thing.
Oh, they're such funny little stoners.
I'm the snowfall, drifting in the wind. Lengra en drömmarna
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the EQLovesFestival interviews. Today we're talking to Anya. Hello, Anya.
Hi, how are you?
So Anya's with us from, is it Melbourne, right?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah. You can start with introducing yourself with your full name and your work title.
Yes, so it's Anya Trabala, and I make electronic music under an artist named Mudinosh, is my artist name. I also run a feminist music collective called Synth Babes. And yeah, I'd say I'm a multidisciplinary artist. I do a lot of different things, digital art, writing, music, but for the last couple of years I've been focusing quite a lot on music. So yeah.
So what was it in the production part of creating and working around music that was appealing to you?
I think look, I've always been really fascinated by production, but it's taken a long time to actually get into it. I started my music journey as a trumpet player, and then I got into singing, and then eventually I discovered Ableton Live, which was like a revelation. I love working in that software. It's very therapeutic, I find, and it's just very satisfying, I think, to be able to bring together different elements of music and make a piece of music.
So tell me a bit more about the work you've done. Like, what happened after you decided that you wanted to start working with music, like from then to now?
I was told a lot that, being a musician is very hard. It's hard to make a living. It's hard to do this. It's hard to do that. So I just kept getting these messages that maybe music isn't how I'm going to make my money. You want music to be like your, everyday, like, this is who I am. And it's taken a really long time for me to go, well, I'm a music producer. Mm-hmm. It's taken a long time to actually identify as that. Because of the journey that I've taken. I think as a woman in music as well, it was very hard in my teenage years because I was one of maybe two girls in the class, and there were a whole range of boys in the class, and you feel a little bit intimidated, and that, you're just the singer, you're just the singer or maybe a guitar player, or you play piano or something. So I went out a lot, partied a lot in Melbourne, which is a very strong dance culture. But all I saw was men up there, so I didn't have that many role models, and even the crowd was very masculine. So I felt it was that intimidation that I just was like, okay, maybe this isn't for me. And so then I met my now husband, Swedish, and we stayed in the countryside for about 6 months to wait for his visa. And in that time I set up a studio in their garage. And it was in the summertime in Sweden, so my family thought I was really weird to be spending my sommertid.
Yeah, exactly.
His grandfather was like, well, what is she doing in there? Mm-hmm. And I was just messing around with Ableton and started to explore the music and explore what software did, what I could do with the software. So for the last 10 years, I've been living between Melbourne and Malmö, which has been a bit hectic. But we moved back to Melbourne, and I had a bit of a mental health breakdown and was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. And then I started making music properly. I actually decided that, I'm going to finish my songs, because I had hundreds of projects. I had all these projects on my computer and didn't want to show anyone my music, didn't want to share it or anything. And then finally, I actually entered a competition to put music to a short film. And I used that as a way to finish my first song. And that was a really good method, actually, because it gave me a deadline. And then so I was like, all right, I have to have my song finished by this date. And that song is still my most popular song. People still love that song. That's the one that people gravitate the most to, and maybe it's because it was my first one.
Nice.
And it's quite an emotional song. So yeah, so it's been like this really like long, like it's not a straight line. You know, when you think about music, it's never a straight line. I think everyone's journey is very different. But also, like in my early 20s, I was like, well, I haven't made it. You know, I haven't, you know, made it to this point. So I'm over. It's over for me. And I think a lot of women, female artists, feel that way. Like you've got a use by date.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like
and I'm
30.
Like no,
it's not.
Like look at Björk and look at artists like Suzanne Ciani, who's 70 and still touring the world. You know. Yeah, exactly. It's just the industry and the patriarchy just telling us that that you have to be XYZ, you have to be, you know, young and that's it. And it's a toxic thing about the music industry. It's so not helpful for women.
What would you consider is the best thing about your job?
I just think the excitement I get when I make something new is it's the best feeling. Like when you're surprised by what comes out, and it's something that you've made out of nothing, and that's honestly the best feeling. I think that's the best thing. It's very empowering, and I think the fact is like you just keep getting better at it. You just keep applying yourself and keep sculpting the sound and keep I think it's the creative process that I really love.
And there's no stop really. You can get, you know, better and better all the time.
Yeah, and keep getting better and better. But I often think I'm not doing enough, or doing it enough. But I just think each to their own. Like if some people can just like smash out song after song or work with these people, and that for me it's more of I need to be triggered by something to make something. First we had the bushfires in Victoria, in Australia.
Yes. Vaguely remember.
So the bushfires, so the whole city smelled like smoke, and it was just really like intense and just devastating. Like I can't even. And then the pandemic. Now we're in lockdown, so we're in actually stage 4 lockdowns, which means we can't leave 5 kilometers outside our house. We can only leave for shopping. I just feel like, things are just getting more and more narrow, but that actually has made me more and more productive, which is weird. So like I've actually been working on new material, a new album, because I have all this time to make new music and think about new projects and new directions. So I think there have been some silver linings with COVID for me personally. Made me kind of stop and reflect on life and which direction I want to take, because before that I was just a mess and didn't really know. Whereas now I'm like, okay.
So we've got a question to the contrary now. What would you say is the biggest challenge of your job?
I think that's the hardest part, is once you make something and you're really happy with what you make, are the barriers you face to try and get it out there. I think there are so many gatekeepers when it comes to industry that it feels very like you're hitting like glass. It's a glass ceiling, I think, a lot of the time. So I mean, since I've been building quite a solid following and things in Sweden for the last 4 years. And then because of my health, I moved back to Australia, and just trying to get back into the industry here, it's just it's really frustrating because there's so many moving parts and you know, it's all about the and it's just, I hate all that. I just hate that so much. And I find just the industry itself, it's quite exploitative and not very artist friendly. And that's probably the hardest part. And I mean, that's why I started Synth Babes a few years ago. It was because it was originally Synth Babe Records. Was because all my favorite artists all had their own record labels. So I was like, well, I'm just going to start my own record label then.
And the gatekeepers, they aren't very brave, are they? They're very afraid to take a risk.
Oh, and that's the freaking problem is in the 60s and 70s and 80s, look at the amazing music that came out in that period of time in the 90s, you know, because there were people working in the industry that actually cared about music.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, you get into recent times and it's all the same. It's all Ed Sheeran. That's it.
Exactly. And
You know?
it's all about following and social media and, you know.
It's just gross. It's just
Yeah.
really gross. And I'm just like so sick of it. And I just think that there's time now for a revolution, because I think a lot of artists will probably be making a lot of amazing music right now.
Let's just hope 2021. Next
2021 I'll be hoping to be in Europe. But I mean,
of music. Can you think of like a moment in your career that changed things to the better for you?
I have to say, like, moving to Malmö was a bit of a turning point in terms of freedom. Because I mean, you know, I've spent my 20s living in Melbourne mainly, and there's a lot of history here and there's a lot of baggage. And then I moved to Malmö, and then I don't know, like maybe because I was a big fish in a small pond, or like a new, you know, I was from somewhere, and then I brought that energy, I think, to where I was based, and then I just like made the music I always wanted to make. Actually, there was one week I went to to Copenhagen to RMK, Rhythmic Conservatory, and did like a long program of like electronic music artists that were from all over Europe, and they all came to the one place for a whole week, and we all worked together on music and techniques, and that's where I learned like field recording and modular synths, and that was a really transformative week. Actually, that was like, I don't know, I felt like a producer then.
Oh, sounds
like,
awesome.
Because I was selected, because they selected like 10 people, and I was like there amongst other producers showing my work. So that was a bit of a turning point, I think, actually, now I think about it. And then meeting a lot of like-minded artists in Malmö. And I miss that. I miss them now. But I had to change my scene, because it wasn't working for me health-wise. Oh, we talk to each other online, so it's good. It's funny, like I've actually reconnected with a lot of people more than I probably would have before. And I've actually met some new friends in this pandemic.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, through these
bad.
online things that I've been doing. Yeah.
Wow. And has there been any difference in your line of work, in the accessibility to reach partners in the music business during COVID-19 to how it was before the pandemic?
I think because of COVID, I've gone online a lot more, and because of that, I've met other people that will that are aligned with what I'm doing, and now will move towards my goals, and you know they can. Yeah, I think because of that, because of COVID, I've gone online, met a lot more people online. Like I've been holding weekly production challenges every Thursday night. Ooh. So every Thursday night I set a sample and then get everyone to work for an hour, and then we show each other our works, which is really fun. Oh. So I've been doing that every week for like the last 2 months. It's kind of been the only regular thing that I've done every week.
Sounds like fun.
Which is great. I mean, you're welcome to join. I'll send you a link.
Oh, thank you.
But,
yes,
it's just a really good way to think of new ideas. And then through that, I've met some amazing producers, you know, that I'm collaborating with now. So,
have you changed anything in the way that you work since then?
Well, I've been working with this guy, Nick, who has a studio in the countryside, and I was meant to record there and do like some work in this studio, but instead we've been doing it, you know, like he's been downloading stuff, listening to it, he's sitting on my, you know, phone. I'm like talking to him. It's just, yeah, like trying to work around all these new rules in Melbourne. Like you can't go to we can't even go to a studio. Like it's complicated. It's annoying because like I also met two other people, and we've been writing children's music together. And we just before the lockdowns happened, we came up with these beautiful songs, and we have to wait until you know, the end of lockdown to actually get together and record those songs.
Very annoying.
That's really frustrating. You're like, I just want to get it recorded, you know, and make it.
But do you have any thoughts on how we can achieve equality within music production? Like, have you had any thoughts, like, maybe we can improve this?
I think the most important thing is for it to come from education, from the school level. So when students are at, you know, in a high school level, even from primary school level, like, you know, grundskola and in a gymnasium.
Yes.
I think getting more women involved at that level, at that age, is so crucial. And I think things like Popkolo are just incredible tools, incredible organizations that do that. But I think for it to really change is for it to start there, and then also for, you know, for more mentoring to happen across the board. Yeah, I think that's the way. I mean, I definitely see changes now than maybe even 5 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, see a lot more. Yeah, just more encouragement, and then having role models, you know, like other women behind the decks, you know, performing on stage.
Yeah.
Especially with electronic music.
Exactly. Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on what's important to someone who's in the beginning of their career and they want a future as a music producer?
I think just learning, for me, I wish I'd done some really rudimentary learning about it rather than DIY, because when you're DIY and you're just like experimenting, you miss a lot of the basic things, and then you get you lose a bit of confidence. So I think in the beginning it's really good to maybe learn like some basic terminology and what things mean, just to empower yourself and just to feel in control of it. And then just, I don't know, like you don't have to, but you don't have to know everything as well at the same time. I think just jump into the software, jump into different experimentations, you know, listen to a lot of music. Like I think I spent most of my 20s just listening to a lot of music, going to a lot of live gigs, seeing what other musicians did. I just absorbed a lot. And I didn't make that much. I didn't really make that much in my 20s. Like it was in my late 20s that I was like, oh, okay, now I'm starting to formulate my sound, and this is like, you know, and when people listen to my music, they're like, yeah, I can see the influences from all these different artists in your music. But yeah, it's just about also finding your own voice and your own style, I think.
Where, from who, or in what context have you managed to find support?
Well, I was really disappointed when I was, you know, a bit younger and starting to get into this music production business, and then reaching out to sort of male role models that I looked up to a lot, and were, you know, supported through going to their gigs and whatnot, and just not feeling like they really helped me. You know, I was really disappointed. But then I've got over that, and I thought, nah, I'm going to start my own collective, and that's when I started Synth Babes. And then through that, I met some amazing soulmates, you know, music soulmates that, you know, I think we had such an impact on each other because we were like able to send music and listen to each other's music and give feedback and stuff. And then that accelerated all our productions. So having that was really vital. Having your like cheerleading, cheer squad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
With the pom-poms and everything, that would be great.
Yeah.
Right. Who is your main inspiration or role model in relation to your work? Or it can be several, of course.
So many. But I think the most influential would have to be Karin Dreyer from The Knife and Fever. I think her, not only her music, but also what she represents, and just everything about her. I find her so inspiring. She's so fearless when it comes to her music, and her voice is very intense and emotional. And also, I mean, she started her own label and was releasing her own music, and that really inspired me a lot. And even lyrically, I think it's interesting when Swedish musicians sing in English, like they have this interesting way of constructing words and phrases that an English, like a native English speaker wouldn't. And I find that really fascinating, actually.
Is it like good weird or bad weird?
It's just kind of it messes with your mind a bit.
Oh.
Like, what did you mean by that? Yeah, I find that really fascinating.
What technique or work method are you using? Have you developed your own way of doing things?
I mean, I use Ableton Live as my main instrument. I'd say it's my main instrument because I put in a lot of different samples. So I do a lot of field recording, and then I've been exploring soft synths a lot. So Arturia synths and things like that. Depends. Like some days I can't make anything make it sound good, and then other days I'm really inspired and I suddenly come up with something that I'm like, oh, I don't even know how that happened. So it depends day to day. It kind of changes.
Yeah, I think it's like that. If you're a creative person, it's gonna be sort of different from day to day.
And some days it sounds like crap, and then other days it sounds really good. So I don't know if it's something to do with your moods. But that's the thing also with production. It takes time. It takes time. It takes dedication, and it takes practice, and it takes, a lot of experimentation to get to a sound that you're actually happy with, and that's okay. You know, that's the process, and you got to trust the process.
In regards to challenges in your work, do you have any thoughts on how to overcome challenges, or like something that you've learned along the way?
Like if you get a block.
Exactly.
Like if you block something.
Exactly.
I think you just walk away from it for a while. If it's not sounding the way you want it to do, just walk away or start something new, or I don't know, read a book or something, and then come back to it later with a fresh perspective. Maybe add a new instrument or add some voice to it, or I think just come back to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes just accept it's not going to sound good. Exactly. And be kind to yourself.
Yeah. What would you consider is something that is helpful during your work processes? Like something you listen to, or something like being in the country or whatever?
Always nature is always magical. To go for a walk amongst some trees or water or animals. I think is always a good method.
Yeah,
definitely.
Do you have any further thoughts on what the music industry looks like in this day and age?
Well, personally, I'm actually sort of developing an idea to create a more ethical social platform for creatives that would allow them to connect more directly with fans and not have to have an industry, if that makes sense.
Yes, actually it does. Like a way.
Yeah, like what MySpace used to be like. I don't know if you remember MySpace.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
Something like that, but better, into 2020.
Exactly.
Because I think artists are very frustrated with the current state of everything. Spotify, everything is just a mess. It's just a mess. And I really want to see a return to collecting music.
Yes.
Like how we used to collect CDs, or how we used to collect records, or how we used to collect, artifacts. But maybe in a digital way. There's maybe a way to do that in the future.
And no more gatekeepers with like no courage at all.
Yeah, totally. Just get rid of them. It just makes me really sick that the industry can thrive and that people in the industry can have jobs and have employment and, you know, profit off musicians. And yet a lot of musicians can't even pay their bills, you know, or have really poor mental health.
Yeah. Like, would you like to talk a little bit about Synth Babes and what you do in there?
Yes. Synth Babes is just, it's something I started. I was really inspired by, there's a record label in Australia called Milk Records, and it's a bunch of friends, it's more rock music. And it was just a bunch of friends getting together, releasing music, having, you know, putting on parties together. And, I used to attend those events and I was like, you know what, this is like really cool. Like, I really want to do this. And so then I just started it and I thought, why not make it a focus on women and gender diverse, you know, artists that are not as represented in electronic music.
Any special future plans for Synth Babes?
Well, I'm going to hold like an online artist development camp, kind of like a pop collo.
Yeah.
So get like maybe around 12 different artists that are kind of, you know, ready to maybe finish an album or finish an EP, and bring them on board all together and then develop them. So I'm hoping to do that in the summer.
Right, yeah.
Here in Australia, yeah. And probably get like mentors and stuff. So that's the plan.
We're going to play a video from you very soon.
Yep.
So do you want to talk a bit about the video?
Yeah, so it's called Pull Me Out. It's a song I released last year on March 30th, which is World Bipolar Day. It was written the year before. You know, I experienced quite a hypomanic year and feeling like quite desperate. And it's, you know, lyrically, it's won't someone pull me out? It's like trying to, you know, come out of the darkness. It was actually filmed in Malmö, in where I used to have my studio, which is at Hulkajen. It's a really beautiful video shot by William EQLovesFestival. And yeah, we just didn't have any plans for it. It just kind of evolved really organically. And I'm wearing a really amazing jacket. Actually, this top is actually from the same designer from the video. So Josephine Gennert. She's actually in Gothenburg. So.
Right. We want to thank you, Anya, and Synth Babes too, I guess.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
much,
you so much
for participating in EQLovesFestival. And yeah, it's we're looking forward to see the video. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your participation. Very happy about it. Bye.
Hi everyone again.
Hello.
And that's so lovely, like with what Anya just said about collaborating in arts over like borders of art as well. I myself am wearing a pair of sunglasses here, and yesterday too, from Viveka at Halo by Viveka Gren. So that's also a way to like collaborate and highlight other people that also does art. We just because we are lifting each other in one genre of making, I think it's important to work with several genres.
I did love both that top and that jacket. And Josephine Gennert, I'm just gonna repeat it.
Yes.
Those of you who I think it's been repeated in the video and by her, but you know, never hurts if you hear something 3 times, it sticks.
So. Yeah, because the yellow outfit was amazing as well in the video.
Yes.
But however, Studio One, are you with us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not seeing your picture.
We are hoping to see you very soon.
We can see you. We think.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
It's a little bit late over here, so. So basically this that you just saw was Synth Babes.
Hi.
And they're also a sister organization of ours in Sweden. But the fun thing is that if you saw the videos before, one was from Iceland and one was from Australia and one is from Malmö. So
it's really worldwide.
It is really. and Gloria and Erin from New York, and
Yeah.
Daniela, who's been working
In London,
in
right?
London, and I think, was it Spain or Portugal or something? I'm not sure. You can probably read in her bio later when she releases the video for Mosaic.
Yes,
But it's so nice because everyone is having their own style.
Yes.
And it's really coming through in the videos. Like, everyone is so creative and talented and doing their thing, and really are their own person, and it's really so inspiring to see everyone in their own worlds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I sort of get like, who run the world, girls, on the
Yeah.
on the break
Beyonce.
when we're talking about working all over the world and and just all these women that have claimed their space now on our festival, and really contributed with a lot and inspired others. It's really does get that song does get stuck in my mind when I think of that.
Exactly. BB girl, yeah. So we are actually reaching one of the highlights of our program, and it's a collaboration that we as an organization, EQ Loves Music, has made with Rebecca Wik Fagerberg, a filmer and photographer from Gothenburg.
She's so great.
She came with us to New York last year, and the year before that she was helping us out filming the festival, wasn't it? Yeah. The festival 2018, yeah. So she's been a close partner of ours, and during this time she has been planning out and creating a documentary called Women in Music Production. Yes, and we actually also released an interview with her on our website that you can check out, and also see it on Instagram. A part of it, Instagram, they don't want us to, you take too much space, you take photos, they
don't like women taking up space, do they?
So it's hashtag EQLovesMusic. You can find stuff there. So in this documentary, she has featured, and we are featuring Anna Diaz, a Swedish artist and producer that's been working with Britney Spears and like Wyclef Jean, and Linn Fial, who is working up in the RMV studios up in Stockholm, more known as Benny Andersson's studio.
And she's more known as Finn Linjal.
Finn Linjal on Instagram,
pretty
and
much
Ananas Diaz. hashtag. So you can check them out. And also the organization that we mentioned earlier, for anyone for you who joined us earlier and has been with us, is Beast by Girl New York, who has been a close co-worker with us in New York. And we have found some great allies and friends in them. So that's great. So basically that's lovely. Do you have anything to add on to that, Studio One?
Back to you.
No, I think we're really excited to see the documentary.
Yeah.
And really excited to let people see it too and share it. Yeah.
Yes, and it will be released officially on, and you will get clips and stuff later if you add us on hashtag EQLovesMusic or EQLovesMusic on Facebook. You can follow us, and even on YouTube as well. You can see some clips, and then you can go into the description field, and you can find the link for the full documentary there from the 1st of October. So it's really soon. However, we want to thank Rebecca for this. And now let's watch the documentary.
For the first time ever.
Is you down, is you all the way down? Set my breath was so high till my foot hit the ground. It's just rest. All I need is a little more time. All I need is a little more shine. Cause I ain't got no time to tell the truth. Playing with my heart and it falls right back to you. Had to switch the line to channel 2.
Yeah, so for me, I started doing like music when I was a small kid. Like I started it mostly because my parents wanted me to, so I'm like a classically trained piano player and a flute player. But for me, the change really came when I was in college, and I was in music college by that point specifically, but I didn't necessarily know what I wanted to major in. But then I randomly took a music technology class, and I found out that I was pretty good at it. And I also was like the only girl in that class, which was kind of weird. But I wanted to, really pursue my interests. And I was fortunate enough that I was in a really great and supportive environment that let me pursue what I wanted to do in electronic music, and specifically in live electronic music. So that's what I consider myself specifically to be, like a live electronic musician. And that was what led into like professionally what I do now. So now I get to work with like Valerie and Krithi, which is awesome.
Alltså bara senaste 20 åren så har det liksom varit allt ifrån att det var CD till alla laddar ner det på Napster typ, till nu så streamas det 90% eller någonting. Så det är stora förändringar, men jag upplever musikbranschen som en rörlig miljö. Att det liksom händer grejer hela tiden, och att det nu är ganska lätt att ta saker från A till Ö. Liksom att det inte, man behöver heller inte lika stora omkostnader för att göra verk. Eller, jag tycker att det har varit liksom positivt överlag bara. Att jag tror att det är på väg åt ett ännu bättre håll.
Det handlar ju väldigt mycket om att hur man möts när man säger att man är musikproducent, eller när man ska spela upp saker man har proddat. Och, alltså det är ju hela tiden det här att det blir en sorts misstro. Liksom, aha, är du musikproducent? Har du gjort det här? Liksom? Och en musikproducent ser inte ut som jag eller är som jag på något sätt. Därför så har jag blivit mött väldigt mycket av misstro, och det påverkar en väldigt mycket.
I think that's what we do while teaching our kids, is to be more assertive, to ask what they want, to know what they want, and not question that, their intentions too, you know? Yeah.
And it's so hard growing up with being treated like that to not internalize it.
Yeah.
And I think that maybe, I'm just thinking of this now, but maybe in our Beats by Girls classes is really preparing our girls for that. It's like understanding what the layout of what the lay of the land is now, and knowing that maybe when they walk into a club to do that gig or a studio to engineer it, that they might be questioned, that their skills might be questioned, and to still be able to say, no, actually I know this, and I'm going to do my best job anyway.
Ja, alltså min allra tydligaste sån upplevelse var när jag tog in en praktikant som var man och i min ålder. Hur han blev behandlad av de som var här i studion jämfört med hur yngre kvinnor har blivit behandlade som har samma bakgrund, samma liksom, erfarenhet och utbildning och gör samma grej. Så blev han välkomnad in i sammanhang på ett helt annat sätt än vad de blev. Folk var liksom intresserade, de pratade med honom, intresserade av vad han gjorde för någonting och var han kom ifrån. Och så här. Han blev välkomnad in i gänget på ett sätt som alla borde bli. Men det var så tydligt för mig för att det har varit mycket... Så har det inte varit för de yngre tjejerna som har varit här. Det liksom gick inte att undvika det, för det var så extremt tydligt. Så där fick jag en tankeställare, för då levde jag lever ju i min bubbla här ute, och sen tänker jag att nej, men det har ju säkert blivit jättemycket bättre bara för att jag kanske har jobbat in mig och fått någon form av respekt utifrån att jag har gjort mer och större produktioner, och att det kanske är personligt för mig mer än en förändring i samhället. Så det var ett uppvaknande.
Jag har varit i situationer där jag har känt att jag kan samma sak som en annan person i rummet. Eller ännu mer. Faktiskt till och med att jag har lärt en cisman i rummet det som behövs för ett visst uppdrag. Men där jag inte blir tillfrågad fast jag är i en grupp med människor. Utan att det förutsätts att det är han som ska ha det. Men i mitt fall så är det ju EQs förtjänst att jag proddar på riktigt nu. Och att jag sitter med betalda uppdrag och proddar. För att Melissa bland annat har väldigt liksom bestämt kallat mig för musikproducent. Och det är ju den liksom, tror jag, identiteten som är svår att liksom äga eller ta. Så har det varit för mig i alla fall. Trots alla liksom år av erfarenhet. Det är ju helt sjukt.
Is you down, is you down, is you all the way down? Set my breath, we're so high, till my foot hit the ground. It's just rest. All I need is a little more time. All I need is a little more shine. 'Cause I ain't got no time to tell the truth. Playing with my heart and it falls right back to you. Had to switch the line to channel 2. Maybe this time, see you just fine. 'Cause I ain't got no time to tell the truth. Playing with my heart and it falls right back to you.
Hello everyone.
What happened?
What happened?
Hey girls, what's happening?
We were so into the documentary.
Yeah.
We were
Yeah.
like so. Oh my god,
Yeah.
it was so good.
Yeah,
and then it just stopped.
stopped.
But it was so. I mean,
Yeah,
did you see that?
Yeah,
It was so great.
Yeah, it
I
captures
can't wait.
your-
It's not supposed to stop yet, right?
No, it's
No,
not.
it's
but
not,
but
but
it's the beginning is. Oh my god.
captures you straight away.
Right, and like my first thought was like, oh my god, this documentary is so important to like see for everyone.
Yeah, definitely. And it's so interesting to hear all these people in the music industry, women who have managed to find careers, and to hear how much they have had to fight to get anywhere, and how they still have to fight prejudices and these ideas about what women should be in the music industry. It's interesting and sad, and but also kind of empowering to see that they're there, and we're increasing, we are unstoppable.
Yeah, this really blows my mind, because what a work she's done. I mean, oh my god, it's so beautiful. I'm so proud.
Yeah, I really look forward to see the rest of it.
Yes.
My first thought was, what is Suki and Sarah doing in the documentary?
Oh, yes.
And not
didn't tell you
that
we
you
were
don't
in it.
deserve to be there, but I didn't
Like,
know
hi.
Hi. No, but the other thought is definitely, like you said, it's you recognize everything. Like the first few minutes, you just go, oh, dear Lord, well, this is my life.
Yeah, totally. And it's kind of, it's so sad that this is still a conversation that we have to have.
I know.
And still have men explain to you that there is no inequality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me. I just not a year ago, I was in this really frustrating conversation online where someone, which started with someone looking for someone to master a song and wanted non-male. And it became such a discussion with angry and upset men who went in and said, oh, that's discrimination.
Oh my god.
And really didn't want to believe that there is no inequality in the music business. And I and several other people tried to tell them about, no, but this is how we experience it, and try to give facts and statistics, and they just didn't want to listen. So this is really frustrating that this is a conversation we still need to have.
We still need to convince people that this is going on, but hopefully with these actually quite big names and accomplished names and talented names out there.
Yeah. But also like
repeating exactly what we've said.
Yeah, and like that's why what you talked about, like this is why it's so important that these men can watch this documentary and see for themselves. Like, I mean, just watching the numbers in the beginning of the documentary is like, it blows your mind that it's such a little space that these women can work with, and it has to stop, really. It has to evolve.
Yeah.
There's no way but evolving, you know?
Yeah.
Moving forward.
Yeah, and I just hope that people realize that this is a two-way street, that this is all, that sure, we need these initiatives like EQ Loves Music and Pop Color and Beats by Girls, but we also need people in the power positions to take a step back. You can't have people like the CEO of the Grammys who says, when asked about what about inequality in the music business, he simply said that women needs to step up their game.
Exactly.
You can't have people like that. We need it.
Yeah.
Like, check your history.
Yeah.
It's implying that women haven't had game so far, and that's just condescending as well.
Yeah.
What do you mean step up your game? Like we don't have it?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Really.
So
it's so ignorant in a way.
Yeah.
It's so when when a man he said that thing, but it shows that he's so ignorant and that he's just living in his own male world, you know, that he doesn't know, he doesn't feel, he has no idea how it is, because of course he can't, because he's a male, he's a man, and he has never had those struggles, so he doesn't know. But I mean, it's important. That's why it's important that we do this work and do this documentary, because the facts are here, right?
Yeah. I mean, all you have to do is just watch the first couple of minutes of this documentary, and there it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm so blown away still.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It is tiresome though. I have encountered like men in the industry that not only do they deny that anything has happened, if I tell them that something happens, they find my attitude worrying.
Yeah, that's also that's a classic, right? That if you're a successful non-male, and you're doing your stuff, and you're speaking up, or you're speaking up for yourself or for others, and then you are being seen like a boss, or like bossy in a negative way, or you will be seen like, oh no, this woman just coming here and complaining and like la 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 la, or this person like no, like it's such a tiring thing that we are seen in a whole different way than men. You know what I mean? Am I clear?
Yeah.
we have another perspective, and it's really it's very disrespectful to not acknowledge that perspective, I think.
Yeah.
And to say like it's like they did in the old times. It's from the womb. It's hysteria.
Yeah.
It comes from your wombs. It's just in your head.
Yeah.
And that's very first of all, that's very condescending, and that is sign of patriarchy.
Yeah.
And it's disrespectful is what it is.
It is, and it has to change.
Deny our perspective.
But I think it's very me and Sarah talked about before that the interviews are so interesting all over, and like it's so good that we put spot on those issues because then it's in a positive way. We have a way of changing things, and because if you are aware of the problem, you can do something about it, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, there's always like this discussion is so like focused, and I'm sorry we just fixed some technical things. You probably already said that, but I got a little bit stressed here myself trying to fix, and then Melissa had to run around and so on. The whole situation is why we want to lift these questions, that's why also we have not focused so much in the documentary questions or in the interview questions so much on only the topic of how do you feel harassed here and there, or like the typical questions nowadays that you get as a female in an interview perspective. It's like we actually do a line of work, and we need to feel that just as anyone that it's so important to like raise the awareness around, like if you would ask anyone about their profession, like why would you ask them about or like bring in their gender into it, really actually?
Word.
And I know that this may feel like, okay, but you're talking about this gender thing right now, but it's just that until it doesn't, we don't have to. Exactly. We won't do it. Like if it's like we wish we didn't have to have a non-profit organization for working for equality questions, and that's a wish come true if we ever get to that place on this planet. But let's see what happens. But still, we are so glad to be able to do this, and I myself was a part of the documentary process as well, talking with these different figures. as Anna and Lynn, and with the most like hopeful way of seeing the industry today. And that has been so encouraging, like to feel, yeah, maybe we are on the way towards a better perspective. Like if we raise more awareness and we spread the word, and more of us show our stuff and music, and we support each other to be able to like be seen as a producer, because traditionally we are vocalists or pianists or cello players, but that there's so many ways.
Also the
say Melissa?
Yeah. Sorry. I didn't mean, we're not in the same
Come
room.
in, Melissa.
You know, we actually do have videos sent in from Beats by Girls who are in the documentary.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. That's so lovely. And it's actually 2 people. And it's Valerie Orth and Claire, also known as Daltrick. And they are New York based, as we said, Beats by Girls from New York. So let's watch the videos.
Valerie Orth, I just want to say something about her first.
Shout out to everyone, like
absolutely. No, but she was here actually last year for the festival, and I acted as a translator for her a little while. And she calls, I think that's so awesome. She calls her fans Orthlings.
Yeah, from her last name. Yeah, that's so like genius, isn't it?
I have to come up with something similar, I think, like
Boomlings.
Hello, Bombastics.
Bombastics. Boom. You're so
Mine are
snappy, girl.
lemures.
Oh God. When I just started to think about my name, I have a complicated Finnish last name, so I don't know like where that's gonna land even at any point. But let's do a video party.
Nod
what do you say?
Nod your head. Nod your heads.
Nod your heads. Yeah.
Sleep. Black and bit blue, falling steady from the sky. Cloudy through the room, still you try to meet my eyes. And now just watch how slowly you retreat, knowing that you've seen them look away. Hold the open door, maybe we were born to stay. Every second you've been staring tonight, I feel something right. Intentions buried, sometime there's synergy when we collide. Keep it going till the light, so deep in the high is mystery. Tell me your mind, there's synergy when we collide. Sparks and silly dreams, can't believe it's so cliche. For want of danger, opportunity in the perfect kind of place again. Oh, you could be the key, break my chains and leave me strong. Wait. Throw your boomerang, bet then I'll be hanging on.
you've been staring tonight. I feel something right. It's stingy, baby. Sometimes there's stingy when we collide. Keep it going till the light. So deep in the high, it's a mystery. Tell me your mind is stingy when we collide. Every second you've been staring tonight, I feel something right. It's stingy, baby. Sometimes it's stingy when we collide. Keep it going till the light. So deep in the high, it's mystery. Tell me your mind is stingy when we collide. Baby, sometimes when we collide. Tell me your mind when we collide.
Hey everybody, it's Daltrick. Thanks so much for watching this live version of one of my original tunes called Collide. I hope you enjoyed it. If you'd like to see more, I've got lots more music coming, so make sure you like, subscribe, comment, share, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Daltrick.
Cigarette hanging, low light swinging, slowly like a clock hand, smoke curling, record skipping, like the beat you're missing. Make a move, do you need another clue? I'm not someone to lose. Are you scared to make a move? If you fall, I'll catch you. Now is not too soon. Make your move. Make your move. Tap on my empty glass. Table between us grows like unrequited lust. Hat box your eyes, troubled soul disguise. Still I seek you hide. When will you make a move? Do you need another clue? I'm not someone to lose. Are you scared to make a move? If you fall, I'll catch you. Now is not too soon. Make your move. song, a clue, 'cause I'm not someone you wanna lose. No, are you scared to make a move? I'm right here to catch you. Now is not too soon. No, make your move. Make your move.
And Daltrek, yes, of course.
Yes. So yeah, we had to play the video party, and just for your notion, we're gonna try to show the documentary in the end of this again. But we want to make a short shout out to a couple of our friends who has been part of this process with the documentary as well. To Kina Nyman, who is part of the documentary as well, together with Melisha there, discussing this topic. Hi, Kina.
Hi.
And also to our dear sister, Kim Tina, who had to be home today. We are going to show a little hi from her very soon, a little hello message to you all from her.
Yeah, she is. She abides by the rules, our society rules that we have now. That if you have a cold,
if you feel something weird, you should stay home.
Especially in the beginning, and that's very good. And probably should rest up as well. So, yeah, but she has a very, very lovely hello.
Yeah, something's going on. I'm not sure if it's
What's
chaotic.
going on?